disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we voted you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
3 of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Garguah and water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you're alive?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will build school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of in the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around here, they sophisticated they are sophisticated criminals. So they can't make it.
Your league Costa. God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire line of social media. Yes, for Valentine's Day special, you can't afford to miss. It is an exclusive Valentine's Day second black tie fundraiser gala presented to you by the First State Old Timers Post Association of Delaware. Please join us in an unforgettable evening filled with love, friendship, elegance, and celebration, where hearts will connect and memories will be made, all devoted to good time. It's It's going down, ladies and gentlemen, on Saturday, February 14 at the Non-Shrine Temple, 198 South Dopoh Highway in Newcastle, Delaware. Doors will open from 6 p.m. until 2 a.m. Admission for ordinary, $100. VIP is $1,000 for an exclusive table with accommodation for 6 people. Just one more information you're going to need for the night. Please come prepared for a raffle draw with great prices. Raffle tickets are available for $5 each. The top prize for the night stands at $1,000 plus other great prizes. Come and let your elegance leave a lasting impression. Come and celebrate Valentine's Day with TLC. But the focus point will stick to the fundraiser, which is intended to build a community center for all residents of the first state of Delaware. The guest speaker of the night, ladies and gentlemen, is a Liberian-Canadian human rights advocate and entrepreneur. His name is Mr. Leo Johnson. He's going to be set and ready to fire up the building. The first state #1 DJ will be in the building to play all of your favorite music for mature musical minds. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm yours truly, Chief Francis Torgbean. I will be in as well. So let's make a date to meet in the first state of Delaware on February 14.
So folks, welcome to the Closing Argument Show on Truth 96.1. My name is Myean the Torgbean. I'm here for those of you who are watching. I'd like to say welcome to every one of you, to our listening audience, our viewers. I'd like to say welcome to every one of you and to other radio stations that are really in this special edition of the Closing Argument Show. It's roughly about 40 minutes past 9 o'clock from our end here in Painesville, outside the nation's capital, Monrovia. I'd like to say, keep sharing the show. I'll be joined by Chief and Tomalin George and the rest of the folks. I'm seeing some of them. They are in the back, and then hoping that when they're ready, they will come on. But I'd like to introduce the show and then welcome some of our followers, our viewers who are just joining us. I'm seeing the man, Edwin Lofi. It says, I really appreciate you for this. So Edwin, thanks for following. For those of you who just joining us, I'd like to appreciate if you keep sharing the show, invite others to come on the show, and then monitor the show tonight. So tonight we are not here to play politics. We are here to discuss the issues. We are not here to message Liberian people, but we are here to see the fight. We are here to inform the people about some of the latest update as it relates to our country. But tonight is very special edition of the Closing Argument Show. Tonight seems to be very, very firing. Our panelists will join some of us. We'll be here until we await some of our panelists. But keep sharing the show. We'd like to appreciate every one of you who just joined us. Just if you are following, just leave a comment in the comment section, and then we are going to recognize some of you guys. So I'm hoping that Chiefs and Tomalin George join us, and we are here to identify some of the ills in society. We are here not to say all the sweet talks, but to identify some of the lies, our government officials, our lawmakers, some of the things that they are lying to the people, they are putting the people were here to say out to the Liberian people. We have been here, the closing argument show for Monday to Friday, but tonight, for our regular follower, our regular listeners, this is a special edition. This is not the first time for us to have a special edition like this. We have been a while now, like this new year. This is the first special edition in this new year. So at first, we used to have the midnight shows, but because of some other schedule, we cannot continue the midnight show. Like we usually come on our regular show time to inform the Liberian people, where we have some of our panelists come on, bring some of our guests to come on and discuss the issue. Liberia, this country is for all of us. We have to say the truth. We have to inform the Liberian people, most especially the media, most especially our talk show hosts who are here. All of us needs to say the truth. We need to tell the Liberian people what is actually going on. So keep sharing the show. Let's see how we can play this short clip and then be right back.
Party. We cannot continue to be a sycophant. We can't run this country on deception and lies and fake propaganda. The people who elected us, they are watching us. They see us. They can feel. Their nose can smell. Their ear can hear. When we do the needful, they will care for 2029. You stop that deception and lies.
Your full name and your position, sir?
My name is Daniel Zemaza. I am the chairman for Rapid Media Response Team for the Rescue Region, Nima Chapter, District Number 3.
And also in the House of the Senator.
I'm also a Media and Communication Director in the office of Senator Nagbe Point, Nima Chapter. I also serve as a loyalist. I also serve as a patriot. I also serve as a loyalist for Unity Party and a steward for Unity Party 2005.
And also I'm activist.
I'm also an activist, social activist. I speak against ill society.
You're welcome.
And that's why I'm here today to tell the people who turn out, who supported that Garguah resident, thank you. Let God bless you. Koga, thank you. Those who didn't turn out.
Well, you saw all of the district coordinator came for this via.
Not everybody. I saw that few people who came.
But why can't you mention it? You want to talk about Koga?
Yeah, Nelson Kim. I mean, who?
Nelson Kim and Napa Way, all of them.
Napa Way, the commission. I mean, the former commissioner. Who is the?
Even the district commissioner, Buya was here.
Excuse me.
Why can't you mention that?
Who is the? Who works at the labor ministry?
All of them were here.
Yeah, those who came. Gratitude to them. Thank you. What I'm saying here is the people who started to come, they were not here. Those who came, they came on their own account. But you know the party people, they're not proceeding well. They need to change. They can't change. 2029 will be a racket and terrible, dangerous road for you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
So you just listened to one of the former partisans of Unity Party. He been speaking to the media. So this clip, we played this clip to carry a mind back on some of the things that are going on within our society, some of the ills that our lawmakers, our government officials, if you elect some of them, they will not come back to appreciate. Like normally we see some of our lawmakers when they were representative candidates, some of them, whatever program you invite some of them for, they will be able to attend it, no matter what, no matter how the program is going to be like. They will make sure to attend it. But as long as you reach to that point, you receive a letter from the president or whatever the case may be like you are in a government position now. You don't come back to the people whenever you are invited for some of these programs. You downplay them. You just see it as a local program, and then you don't come to the people. You no longer have the time to bring yourself down, like when you were contesting for that seat, when you were around, bringing the boys around, the girls around to protest, when you were bringing people around to gather themselves to setting in gathering, so that the Liberian people can see you, so that that president or that people can know that we have someone speaking on behalf of us. But when you are elected to that position, you no longer come to the Liberian people. But let me try to go through some of our headlines until we are with Chief Tomalin George to come on the show tonight. I'm also seeing some of them in the back, so hoping that they will come on. But just keep following, keep sharing the show. My name is Myean D. Torgbean. We are live on Truth FM 96.1. So let me read this appointment. So today we saw the president make some new appointment in government. Then we saw Councillor Kanyo Barbara. He has been appointed as the board of trustee at the Grangeda University, and we also saw other names that came up from the executive mansion. So we hope to read out. We hope to talk about some of these things. And also today, more than 900 professional graduates from the GoNet training school, wherein young people graduating today, and then came out with different professional skills. But we hope to talk about that. And then within our major discussion with this Prophet Key issue, but we hope to play you that video from Prophet Key, where he made some allegation against the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. And then the Supreme Court sent a communication to Prophet Key to appear at the court. And then within the communication we are hearing, he should appear at the court on February 11 at 3 o'clock. And then within our communication, we are getting that when he appears, he will be sent to jail, to prison. But how true it is, our panelists are going to come on tonight to discuss some of these issues as it relates to the training news within our country. And then we saw the president of the Republic of Liberia visited the barrack where some of the family heirs, 3 family heirs, who their house got on fire, and then he gave 5,000 each to each family heirs. And then we are going to discuss on that. And then with our next talking point, the government denies role in the Satan demolition exercise that is going on. We hope to talk about that. The senators reject President Bouakar's request over TRA contract. So we are going to talk about that also. So I'm seeing Chief Tomalin George. I'm seeing Mr. Sylvester Pewee. Welcome to the show. Are you there?
Yeah, Myean. It's good to be on the show. Good to see everybody. There's a special edition, because it's very cold here tonight, man. Very cold. Wherever you are on the East Coast, it's in the negative. And when you even go outside right now, you want to put gas in your car, they cool alone. Me wearing gloves, forget it. I had on gloves, Jenna, but they cool, passing through the glove and all. So, but know how cold it is, But so we just decided to come and just talk about training issues that are going on in the country and around the world. And so I know Peabody said he will join us later. Other folks will join us, but it's good to be back on this Saturday, cold Saturday afternoon, February 7th. In fact, today's my late father's birthday. He was alive. He'll be 93 today. I gotta go. My late father, Reuben George. Yeah, today is my late father's birthday. And 93rd birthday.
Following a former complaint filed on January.
Let's begin the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire line of social media. Yes, for Valentine's Day special, you can't afford to miss. It is an exclusive Valentine's Day second black tie fundraiser gala presented to you by the First State Old Timers Post Association of Delaware. Please join us in an unforgettable evening filled with love, friendship, elegance, and celebration, where hearts will connect and memories will be made, all devoted to a good time. It's going down, ladies and gentlemen, on Saturday, February 14. at the Non-Shrine Temple, 198 South Dopoh Highway in Newcastle, Delaware. Doors will open from 6 p.m. until 2 a.m. Admission for ordinary, $100 US. VIP is $1,000 US for an exclusive table with accommodation for 6 people. There's one more information you're going to need for the night. Please come prepared for a raffle draw with great prices. Raffle tickets are available for $5 US each. The top prize for the night stands at $1,000 US plus other great prizes. Come and let your elegance leave a lasting impression. Come and celebrate Valentine's Day with TLC. But the focus point will stick to the fundraiser, which is intended to build a community center for all residents of the first state of Delaware. The guest speaker of the night, ladies and gentlemen, is a Liberian-Canadian human rights advocate and entrepreneur. His name is Mr. Leo Johnson. He's going to be set and ready to fire up the building. The first state, number one DJ will be in the building to play all of your favorite music for mature musical minds. Come on, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello? Oh. I'm getting feedback. I'm getting feedback.
Are you hearing me?
Okay. I don't know. Let me go on and come back.
Can you hear me? Huh? I actually have illustrating some things of the feedback coming to me. I'm hearing myself also.
But check it out. I think it's working now.
Okay, yeah, but so yeah. Sometimes you can open something around there that causing all these things. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not getting the feedback again.
Yeah. I think you can just go ahead.
Oh yes. Something I'm getting again.
I think it's from Mr. Justin.
No, not my end.
But yeah, I see you killed your ass getting feedback. So,
yeah, but I think it's okay now.
It's okay now. It's okay.
It's okay.
So I think mine is to be from your end. I see you killed your ass getting now. It's okay.
See, George, you check your phone.
Because
I think it's from my end.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yes, I think there are a lot of issues unfolding. As Tomalin said, it is brutally cold. And I was just looking at the news just now from New York. There's going to be New York's preparing for, they call it life-threatening cold, if you will. The new mayor is facing some serious challenge. They've created emergency housing area for those that are chronically, let me repeat, chronically homeless, so that they can find shelter. And the part of the shelter will be also for those that we have, and the other shelter they created to just keep yourself warm. But those that are completely, they describe it as chronically homeless, there will be area, they put more beddings in those areas, so they will find themselves heated out, and they will feed them during this time of emergency, and probably until the winter, the brutal winter is over, if you will. And then I don't know how they will go back again in the street. Also, and all those things, But I'm waiting for Tomalin to come on so that we can. But yeah, we were told that the president did some appointment today, and according to the executive management, the appointment is meant to put into place major policy changes, if you will. But these are appointment, the LBS for also. Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm the feedback now again. He just came. So I don't know.
Switch off your computer, right? Or your phone. You have to tell your phone.
What happened to my phone?
Maybe probably you log into it also. Yeah, Mr. P, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so probably you have to just check. There's some technical default going on somewhere. I believe that is interfering in the live broadcast, so the feedback will continue to come out. Yes, the president appointed, and I'm seeing a lot of folks running with photo of Councillor Barbara, and himself is posting. He's pleased that the president appointed. He's grateful for that. And every human in our country will be actually. It's a privilege to have you appointed as for the president to appoint you. Everybody will. It's a lot. It's a very wonderful privilege to be offered a job by the president of your country to serve. It's not the privilege is to serve your people. I take it from that perspective. The privilege is basically the service side of things, and that the president can recognize you and say, okay, hey, Myean, come, I'm going to be appointing you an assistant minister, or this minister, or that minister, or minister proper, or director general here to serve, or advisor, or whatsoever, or board member. These kind of privileges don't just come to. It's not common to come by. So whenever these privileges are given to us, we needed to make the appropriate utilization of them and serve well, so that the legacy that we leave behind will be judged. We will be judged by those legacy and contributing towards the country moving forward. So it's an extraordinary thing to see folks being appointed and other thing. I think it's okay now. It's good now. It's good. Yeah. So yeah, but we'll put it back to you and another thing. There are a lot of things unfolding, but before we can go there, we will talk about that later on the show. We lost one of our very sociable and powerful big brother. When we meet sociable, he always there. We normally everybody call him the old man. He tragically lost his life, I think, via a motor auto crash today either today or last night in Liberia. I know too many been seeing a photo of him, Eugene from the Ministry of Finance. I've known him for a very long time. Whenever I met him, I will normally he loved that. You have to bow to him. He said he already called he said the old man. So everybody, all the young folks in the country, he was a very sociable person, a very kind-hearted person, a big brother that will always leave, even if you are down, depressed. If you interact with him, you will be lifted immediately after that interaction. Yeah. I can recall there was a day I was very tense that day I met him. I didn't want to talk to everybody. I tried. He met me that day. He said, "What are you I can Italian face with hey, y'all bring one style again to man." You know, that alone, and no one ever did that thing. I already testimony yet. I can remember that day. I can vividly recall that day. I was exited. I drove a park. I just can't say I'm gonna go home. No, one day everybody he just came back on back. I wanted to get. I say, he said, "Bring one style for this man." Something happened to this man. You know, he brought me down to serious note. But that's the kind of person he was. And unfortunately, there were other folks that he met last night, yesterday morning. They seeing all the bodies, and then today, and everybody, the social media is just chairman Liberia about his untimely demise. And I can feel the pain of his wife. But he was a very sociable person in a good way. And I want people to understand, I want to emphasize this. His level of socialization was very impactful. He comes somewhere, he impacts you. He never harmed you if he couldn't help, but he was just socially very active people. And unfortunately, he died very young. To die this time, this woman, the woman that acted in Home Alone, died sometime last week. And someone on the news here was saying she died very young. She died something wrong. They said very young. 20 after the point, they something wrong.
Yeah, no, but I consider old age from 75.
Okay, yeah.
I
mean, the woman died something wrong. They said very young.
Yeah.
Eugene died in his 50s.
Man, look, life is just on. Like today again in Maryland, we buried a brother, a young brother too, Victor Dennett. He was buried later rest today in Maryland, in Laura, and another young fellow who just left us, you know, and just life. Life is just full of uncertainty. That's why at the moment you get in this life, you spend it with your family, your loved ones, your friends. When you have the opportunity to meet with them, you spend it with the fullest of joy, you know. every moment you got, the people that you love, your children, your wife, your husband, your dad, your mom, sister, brothers, you spend with them, and just because life is just full of uncertainty. People are leaving us nowadays, and you see somebody today, next day the person is gone, no more. That's what's been happening, and just gotta give thanks to God for good health. And
see, this is one of his active days.
Yes.
Days. Yeah.
Send to Myean play.
Yeah, I don't know how to send this video. Myean.
Just send to Myean on WhatsApp.
I'm trying to get it. Yeah, I'm trying to send it to Myean on WhatsApp. Myean, check for this video, and I think missing off. Look at Myean. Myean, you can find the video on social media.
Just send me the link. Send me the link.
Okay, let me send the link to you.
That's life. So it's just sad. It was very sad, and my thoughts and prayers with his family and all those who pathway he crossed. I pray that the Lord will receive his soul. Yes, but besides that, one of the issues I think that trending in Liberia that's the on Monday, I think it's Monday, right? Today, tomorrow, the 8th. The 8th is on Sunday, the 9th is Monday. Prophet Key will be going before the Supreme Court full bench. And I see some people being given wrong advice to the prophet. If I try to call the prophet today, I will try to call him out on the show. Nobody should mislead the prophet if they're not, especially when you are not legal minded. The Supreme Court in a country, the full bench, is not something you want to play with. If that was the justice in chambers citing him, it's a different ball game. But when it tells you that the full bench want to see you on Monday at 3 p.m., the next day is a holiday, you should be, you know that something is not right. Even UK, your supporters go there, everybody jump and go there in buses, whatever the case. When the Supreme Court give their order, give their instruction, they're done. When they get that instruction, they're done. They're not going to look your way. So I tell people not to mislead the young brother, because the Supreme Court is accusing him of bringing the full bench to public ridicule. And so you understand that it's a serious matter. And I hope and pray that the prophet will appear before the court, and he will go there with his lawyer and plead with the bench, because it's not something you want to play with. But I know that's what happened everybody complaining in the country and this and so forth. But I would not want to challenge the Supreme Court, especially when I listen to the video, the prophet's video. People are arguing, oh, free speech, but people need to read Article 15 very well of the Liberian 1986 Constitution. It counts free speech, comes with responsibility. Okay, and many people are not looking at the part where the prophet is making accusation against the bench, the full bench. Forget about the insult to the Chief Justice. That one is different, but he made an allegation against the full bench. many people have not really taken the time to look into. And that's where I think the problem is coming from. But I don't know, P, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, but before I can get my thought to that, let's go back and play because I think Maya is said with that. Let's go back.
Okay,
We'll get to that topic. Let's go
Maya,
back and play
for that brother.
this video from the late Eugene. This big brother impacted most of us. He was a big brother, very
jovial guy. I met him 1 or 2 times. Yeah,
socially active in a very good way. We always advise, and he was a very good family person that tragically, unfortunately, lost his life last night in Liberia.
I saw the accident. I saw the car.
Yes, unfortunately, he lost his life. He was a very good man, to be very honest. I met him all the time. You know, the relationship with him grew when James Cody was at the Ministry of Finance. I know he used to go there, and he was the ministry for a very long time. And quite recently, when we met again, you see the other picking by again. Yeah, Lord, I'm missing action, man.
We went Liberia a few days. You saw him?
Oh yes, he was very recent. Yes, I saw him. You know, and unfortunately, today he's no more. Another thing is this whole social media is very, very active about posting issue. But Maya, again, go ahead and just let listen to one of his.
I've been singing hallelujah, don't stop. I want I won't be a fool. I want my she love me,
Yeah, Maya, thank you. I mean, this is our way of paying tribute to Big Brother Eugene, and normally we call him the old man. Those are all that build acquaintance with him. We always call him the old man. Always smartly dressed. I love he doing his daily usual official something casual thing also, but always spot on and very always. He will always say, "He said life worth living," and he will say this to you: "Don't worry yourself, don't stress yourself on anything." And unfortunately, that's the way the world will go. To many on a serious note, sometimes you only understand the the details of the reason why we even on tonight, as you suggested, and other thing, because see the weather report here, and New York is giving a weather alert now that there's life-threatening cold that's going to be hitting up. The fact that the New York mayor and other thing is a major challenge is spending hundreds of millions of dollars. So this big brother, he didn't know yesterday he was there, blessing other folks. Gerard Griffey wrote, he met and bowed to him, the old man. Now, whenever we met him, he was not an old man. The big brother died in his 50s, probably in his mid-50s, if you will. Or in his mid-50s, maybe 53, 54, hitting 55. Whenever we met him, we bow, the old man, and he gave his blessing, I bless you, and all of things. We move. Then you leave, he say, hey, no, but the old man can't bless you. I'm taking something. Go take something. You know, that's the kind of a role he played in a lot of young people's lives. So now he see this issue, tension. He say, you guys, just leave the politics and calm down and come together. He will show that, hey, if you're from the CDC, you're from the Unity Party, or you from this side, we all, when we meet this kind of a social gathering, let's convert of Liberian young men and other things and have conversations of the sort. So I think he will be well missed, and his legacy, actually, the memory is going to live on. That's the beginning of it. I hope that folks that are just doing this should not be on the basis of what has unfolded. And I know when these things happen, we will all come in our Jones to make this kind of a statement, but I think his memory will live on. Even those that we want to forget it, something would spark and say, hey, somebody done behaving at the old man. So that's one of the. But it's quite unfortunate that he lost his life in a tragic auto crash yesterday or last night in Liberia.
Again, I say it's sad. This morning I got over that news and I saw the accident in wreckage, and I was like, wow, life is so short, you know. I knew the brother from a distance, but at least somebody, I met him twice in Liberia, somebody introduced him to me. And just what he's saying about him, this was his attributes, very, very sociable guy. And he always wanted to be in the middle, not to say taking him inside. You know, and that's how life is. We are today, we see each other today, tomorrow the person is no more. And that's why you take life very, very, very easy. Live life one day at a time, because some writers say life is like a mountain railroad. And you don't know, you meet, you there are a lot of stuff along the way. You come across a lot of stuff across the way, and at the end of the day, you will meet the superintendent, God the Father, God the Son. So I just want to say to his family, our thoughts and prayers and our condolences to his friends and acquaintances. Our condolences to them too. May his soul rest in peace, and all the souls of the faithful departed to the mercy of God.
Yeah, you know, so that would be basically it. But we were engaged with other friends, and he was a big brother actually that impacted a lot of us and other things. So while we may not be there for his homegoing, but we have to play some role in terms of his funeral, if you will. He was a very kind person. When you met him, so now one things I can recall was a day we met. He said something about going there. I said, "Well, tough that day." He said, "Man, what you said to me around everybody tough? I broke." He said, "Yeah, there's something kind of time. You broke, but you lucky. You met a pape, right? You met a woman. You lucky, yeah." He said, "I broke myself, and I'm too strong, but I will get you some kind of buck."
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Now good money though.
Oh yes, and you know, listen, it is. He was a very, very kind person. On a serious note, when I saw this today, when I saw this picture today, when Bwaka Jariba first posted there, where I saw it, because it came to me when I saw it in one of the actually the structural chat room.
Yeah.
That local chat, when I saw it, I said, "Dang, this can be true." Then when I looked on one's Facebook and I saw people just posting all about him and all of things, and I knew that the fact that Bwaka posted that, I knew that hey, they were going to take the entire Facebook today, because he was indeed the kind of a person he was. No one crossed his path we have a negative thing, unless those that are those dumb sayers, that are people, people that are dead negative in their thought process, which want to think of negative about him, but no one will ever. I want to believe now. Every human being may have their own enemies in some corner. People that may not just like them, and not based on the basis of enmity, but not just want to like them. But I think he's one person that a lot of his he was not that political person, but he was that social person that cut across all political boundaries.
Yeah.
I will imagine tonight. I will imagine 2 weeks from now. Before I want to believe they will bury him in the same month. I will imagine 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks from now, I will imagine his funeral. And I will say to you, it will be an extraordinarily hard turn-up funeral. That I would say, because he was a very good man. He was a guy that cut across everybody, and I don't think he's hurt another. He hurt anybody before. Probably he did it inadvertently. Yeah. But back to the question you were saying about.
Wait, but quickly, the president made a promise. You saw the promise today?
Yeah, I saw that promise. I thought we were going from the Prophet Key situation.
Okay, let's go ahead.
As you said about Prophet Key.
So Mr. Pewee, can we play the video from Prophet Key a little bit before you can come to?
Yeah, play the video from Prophet Key, but I hope there's no the video he reading. You got to remember, I was struggling to read his own citation that I want.
Yeah, that's a video I'm talking about.
Read that one. See that one.
Yeah. The man damn dog, he like acting like he's Sunni other kind of dog man can be causing all over the place.
Nagbe say, who does you boo? You damn corrupt. You're dirty eye, you damn corrupt. People are crying too much.
But we shouldn't allow the men to
fucking corrupt.
So as I said, all I want.
The time you were from Nima, you were Chief Justice. There were one pure men that was digging your mouth out.
Hold on. Just pause a little bit. Pause a little bit. The reason why we're playing some of these things is basically meant for the public to know, because this is a news online. We discuss topical issues. Yeah. But what I want us to do, we shouldn't play anything graphic. Anything that would be graphic for the listeners. But it is important that we emphasize and play certain things that will allow the public to understand what we're playing. So even if they are a little bit something, no problem. But yeah, you can go ahead and play. I just wanted to inform the public. There are some things you're going to be hearing. There are some things. Hold on, Myean.
No pure Basil.
Myean, hold up. There are some things you're going to be hearing. We're sorry for whatsoever thing that will sound a little bit, but we try to push on. It's just a major news. Come the 10th, Monday, Prophet Key is expected to appear in front of
on the 11th. It'll be on the 11th.
Okay, sorry, the 11th Tuesday. So he's going to appear in front of the entire Supreme Court bench. Yeah, not happy recent time for ordinary person.
Right? The time alone, 3 o'clock, and then the next is a holiday.
Yeah, so 3 o'clock. So the city is on the jail. My guy, too many want to go to jail.
Very cool. No P.O. Basil. My address. They country need to face the country real level. They face the country. Look at my address. Justin Opa Yezian also knew I Prophet Moral abroad finish. Address them. You see it? Now what want to face the country? You need facing.
Let me try to play the other one. Yeah.
Play the first one you're playing.
Thank God I will appear before my judges. No P.O. Basil.
That's the first one I want to play. The first one.
Yeah, play. People should be waiting to. They can fire the man. Listen to the man. Why again? Listen to the other man.
Okay. Yeah,
and it was like I said.
Are you hearing it?
No.
Okay, let me look at
it. The teacher will say the best that you rule.
No, but to be fair on you,
we'll say out of jail.
That's what I want to do to the man. That's what I want to do to the man. And if I were him,
but for me, the reason why I
tell your mom, put up.
Let me play.
I hear cause a teacher say that.
I mean.
But honestly, there's a need to write this up in a guy.
That dude.
Last time, folks are sorry. Today is weekend. We got to spot in school, so we got to keep your moving.
Oh, yeah.
You're sorry, right? I don't post here. But listen, Myean, are we on the radio?
And yeah, we are on. And the last time when Prophet Pewee lost, it was the same closing argument that captured that scene.
Yeah, lost the other thing. And one other time, other thing he do, he got beat by the beginning, one of the beat, one of the SGD again.
And he even mentioned our name. He said closing argument, including closing argument journalists were even happy because they were the one recording me. When they were even happy when they stole my wallet.
No, nobody will be happy. And Prophet Pewee, we want to say something to you. Listen, you are. I didn't know he even need his Yezien. He said Opa Yezien.
Yeah,
Justin Opa Yezien. You know, he got Justin Opa. He got one of our own people in front of that Opa Justin Yezien thing. Hey, he got a good name, but the reason is that Prophet Key, listen. I want to call you in Prophet Key. Now that I know your name, Mr. Yezien. The way to do things is to listen. You have a very wonderful platform. Use your platform adequately. Now, sometimes you use effective, but you have to measure. I agree. If that's a way of expressing your way, but the kind of effective you use about women, put that aside, pull that out. Why you can use effective about men? Or why you can just be classic in terms of you guess what? You got platform, you got information, come up, hit that. If you want to be high sometimes, yeah. We understand you can say some other things. Right? You can say some other, yeah, in the place talk show hold news, the F war and other thing. Yeah, a lot of talk show hold news that. Even at time, the president one other time he fired that he said, well, people knew the F war and other thing. But to be describing women and other things, if you just change that probably, and I want to believe maybe that's one of the reasons why you got popular by being very graphic in your
I don't know.
do things,
I
but you
tell
can
you
change
now.
it.
I don't know. Somebody already told my man. That's it. I'm talking that J Bennett. They put it in J. No, they won't do it.
Yeah, but it's about when they put in jail. It's something we got the town. They can put in that. And around 3 months there about.
O'clock. That will be 1 hour again. They'll take the what's the time? We can't maybe about T45. Come at T45. They come at 4 o'clock.
And I contempt things. So he get PA.
People crying too much. People say, you are from Nima, you are Chief Justice, there were one your men that were digging your mouth hole. I was digging your mouth. I was digging your ass. You can't do shit.
Man.
Yeah.
Can we play the other one? Let me one, please.
The one who get is corrupt. The one that
Let me try to find the other one.
Yeah, if you can play the one later, but you can take it down for now because we will not able to play the kind of thing they mentioned here on a serious note. That'd be fair. But I go back to the issue about he appearing too many. I believe sincerely that the fact that the Honorable Supreme Court, and there's two ways about this. And you know, somebody would never a coward would never be one. And I have always said to folks that this guy, I think he's demented. Anybody that is read, he's a demented kind of a person that will openly insult women the way he does. There are a lot of ways we all disagree. Sometimes we all can be emotional. I may be emotional sometimes to come and spark something up, right? And say this, say all these things. But what we need to realize is that there's a way we can channel our grievances that does not warrant us going directly to attack the personality of other people in the graphic way he does. He does his own. I would think that Prophet Key sometimes got a very wonderful message to send out.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's frustrated about what is happening in the country. And he's right about that. Right? He's right about that. Look at the Honorable Supreme Court writing. Look at the letter, the caption of the letter here. He doesn't have an address. Why do you put this, the other kind of line? Be clear. You don't have to impute or impose something that is not usable, that is not correct to him. He's damn right about what he said. But the only thing I don't like about his own the way of advocacy is the way he would go and try to describe women and attack and just in a graphic way do things the way we don't expect people to do it. That's all. But a lot of things he does about exposing the illnesses of society, it is hands-on correct. And we need to commend him for that. But the same way Yeke Kromah, I have said to Yeke Kromah before here on the show, I told you guys, like, Yeke Kromah behaves as someone that is erratic. Why are you erratic and just go and do it? That's not a way to do it sometimes. Sometimes you do that to get some notoriety, but it is the way we will continue to behave as a country. Now, Prophet Key is not exonerated from just coming and pushing accusation across with no proof. And that there were now this Honorable Supreme Court want to checkmate him. If you come in with a lot of accusations that this person is corrupt, that you are attacking, because if you are to attack and bring the honorable body to public disrepute, you can be held in contempt of the Supreme Court. And contempt of the Supreme Court is not a child play. It's not. A contempt of the court, even the sacred court, a contempt of the sacred court is not a child play. So if you are to go and be held in contempt by the Honorable Supreme Court, now he's not held in contempt yet. Now he's going to show reason why he should not be held
in contempt.
And that's what he's going to do on Tuesday. But my fear is that most of the things I listen to, things he said about the Honorable Chief Justice and some member of the Honorable Supreme Court, he cannot prove that because, now listen, these are seasoned lawyers. that are there to interpret the law and the constitution of our country, the laws of our country. If you cannot show reason, trust me, they're going to begin the process. He's not a professional lawyer, so he's not going to be here. He's being held in showing cause why he cannot expose that body. So if he want to prove and say, for instance, Yamin Beze is corrupt, or why you insulting Yamin Beze man, or this and that thing, all those things he's saying, his wife and all of that, you have to prove reason all the time. Now, as a public official, here is why again I will caution the Honorable Supreme Court. The bar set by the public, the code of conduct is half for a public official. But does that require you using invective or directly insulting their loved one? We have to go more deeper into that to say it does not allow you to go and insult the person and other things with anecdotes. But the bar is very, very hard there if you want to go to court with winner. But the accusation that he's corrupt, can you prove that he's corrupt? So that's one of the things. So we look forward to doing that. Now, two things going to happen. He rather go, and anything that's going to happen to him for his personal self, he's going to gain some notoriety from this case. This citation to money, he's going to gain sufficient notoriety because number one, he's appearing in front of the Supreme Court. Now, no matter how it's going to go, if he's punished to go to jail, it will also gain extra notoriety also. Oh, Supreme Court carry prosecutor to jail, all of that. He's going to come from jail. Will he stop? No, he's not going to stop. He's going to news that. Will you continue to send him to jail on the basis of those things? So we're going to, I will tell the Supreme Court to be a little caution on things in terms of that. But having said that quickly, this Chief Justice himself has been known of getting into a lot of accusations of corruption. And he himself exhibited an act of corruption when he just assumed the role as a Chief Justice. So there's a lot of things to be explained and the rest of that. But
you be careful you talk about the Chief Justice, oh?
No, the Chief Justice have been a lot of corrupt cases, a lot of land issue too. He been tied to it. That would not be afraid. Allegedly, I think he be tied to this thing.
No, because
yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly because many people they got power.
No. I would not say allegedly only want money. This a lot of people have accused the Chief Justice of being.
But it's yet to be proven.
Yeah, but they've been accusing him.
But Mr. Pewee, even though it's yet to be proven.
Myean, no, like uncle, you want to protect him.
No, we are not talking about Candace directly.
You want to protect him. I'm not saying he's corrupt or so, but I think I'm concerned about people that have been accusing all the time. He looked very corrupt, right? The attitude and other things, and he looks corrupt, right? Does that mean allegedly, right?
Allegedly,
right? So anything. But here's what I would say quickly. The Chief Justice, the current Chief Justice, when he was in the sacred court, there was plenty accusation that came against him about someone involved. And imagine the State Department and the human rights report that came up from Liberia back to back. It was because of people like him that they were saying the Liberian judiciary is rotten. Listen. Let's go back, forget about the time someone said he worked Kehleboe Gongloe or you're trying to be sectionalistic or regionalistic or so. It was this that happened. When it comes to anybody from Nima candidate number one, even when he not saying when we talk about it, he won't come in the defense.
Kehleboe defending Paveki?
No, Kehleboe was defending Yami Beze.
Okay.
Yeah. But my point there is Yami Beze have been involved into too much, he need be involved into too much of corrupting it. Now, it's not that place that he got Kehleboe saying, oh, after he worked in Tomalin and all of. Go back to land that he owned all over the place. How he got most of those lands? Colluded with illegal land sellers, protected them in the court. They will sell poor people land. Then they gave most of the thing he taken and you say you Chief Justice in the knee of this kind of thing. Nonsense. Listen, it will give room to this kind of people saying it have everybody always accusing him of those things. I'm not the one that's saying that he has not done it to me, but as a commentator, I will reiterate and re-emphasize what people have been saying, that he's been involved into a lot of corrupt practices. He didn't hide it when he just took on the job as Chief Justice. He proved to some of us again that probably what people be saying about him may be true. He brought his son and forced his son to appoint his son in a kind of a corrupt means. That's malfeasance. I will not say that is not an alleged thing. He did that because of our tension, and we pampered him like a Nimba GB. We pampered him well the Nimba GB. He backed down and eventually abandoned the quest of bringing his son, or he capitulated in that line. Moving forward, that already tinted his role as to be a very honest Chief Justice. I don't respect him because of that. I don't respect him. Honestly, I don't respect him. If you have such a man, thank God his time as Chief Justice will not last long. I think it's going to be the next 3 or 4 years. So we can get him up. We need Chief Justice that will be refined and that will have integrity. But Chief Justice that have questionable integrity, it's not the kind of Chief Justice we want in the country.
But let me tell you what's happening. Okay. You know, because our politics is so toxic, so divided in Liberia now, we're so divided. What's happening now is this. If you are opposed to the government, the UP government, whether it is black, you say that white. Yeah. If for the opposition, this is red, and if for the UP government, you say that yellow. That's what happened in the country. Now, I've been reading on Facebook, people giving their own version of the whole issue. Some people defending Prophet Key because they believe that, I mean, they oppose the government, they're defending him. They're not defending based on the law. Okay? Now, what I'm saying, what I've observed. Myean, please find Article 15 of the Liberian Constitution for me. Please find it for me, I beg you. Article 15. Yeah. Now, it tells you that you have your right for free speech, free expression, but it comes with responsibility. If Prophet Key insults the Chief Justice, Jamin Gbese, it's a different case. But where if you read a citation, they read the citation, they sending the citation to him, it says that he brought the highest court of the land to disrepute. Read 15 for me, I beg you.
I come and read 15 for you quick.
Yeah.
It's the issue of freedom of expression.
I'm going to read it. Factual, you said I'm going to stop, but I hope you could join us. If you want to send a link to YouTube, you join us. Let's discuss factual. You want to send a link? I send a link to you, you can join us.
So what he's saying?
He said we should stop. Okay.
Stop what?
He said, he's trying to say that I think he defended Prophet Key. Okay. But my point is this.
I mean, I say stop him. Probably he don't know what he's talking about.
Let me read Article 15.
Article 15. You want to read it?
15 of the Liberian Constitution.
Okay. Article 15. Every person shall. Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, every person shall have all right to freedom of expression, being fully responsible for the abuse of theft. They shall not be cautioned, restricted, or enjoined by the government.
Look, man, go back to that. For the abuse, I want to emphasize, because if the person that's telling him money, they say probably the person don't understand Article 15.
Yeah.
Probably he doesn't understand Article 15. Being
fully responsible
for the abuse thereof.
Yes.
Emphasize that word. Fully responsible for the abuse thereof. Myean, go ahead.
Yes. I should continue here?
Yes. You continue. This right shall not. Go ahead from there.
Yeah, this right shall not be
curtailed,
restricted, or enjoined by the government, except during an emergency declared or according with the Constitution.
Yes. So this right. So the point, the emphasis there of the Constitution. You know, I taught civics before, so some of the things online, and we going to start teaching some level of political science courses at the university. So we have to be very mindful that nobody is challenging. This Article 15 is not like the First Amendment here. The First Amendment got plenty right. This Article 15 got some limitations.
Yes.
Even the First Amendment also got limitation, but this Article 15 got limitation. So they said, be aware of the abuse, responsible for the abuse thereof. They said, and then it went on to say, this right shall not. It says shall not be curtailed, yes, restricted, enjoined by government, right?
Yeah.
By government. And then it's continuing to say here, yeah, my reading is by government, by
except during an
by government,
emergency
except during emergency declared in accordance
according with the
with this
Constitution.
constitution. And that emergency in accordance with this constitution is state of emergency. And then when the other is a martial law declared or state of emergency declared because of war or because of some insurrection unfolding in the country, then the president will move to declare state of emergency, trampling upon the rights of freedom of expression, because you don't know what's happening in the country. The military will have to come out and seize authority of that. So that is the reason. So in this kind of a time of natural, modern, quiet democratization, if I were to come and say something about Tomalin or the fellow that just talked to him, and I'm harming him in the interest of my freedom of speech, no, I can be held liable for that. If I'm harming the brother that just sent you the message to money in the quest for freedom of speech, compensation to this Article 15, then I should be aware of the consequence thereof. And that consequence thereof will have to come, and that will be some of it. So freedom of expression is there. Article 15 guarantees that. But it said be responsible of the abuse thereof. So if you abuse it, you bear the consequence of that. So I don't know why he said we should stop it. Now, Prophet Key does not have the right to say somebody is corrupt if you cannot prove they are corrupt. That's just a line. To say somebody is corrupt, you are imputing on the character of that person. So what right does Prophet Key has to just come out arbitrarily and say those things were proven? So he's going to go and prove it. But again, and I stated on the other side of it, that the bar is high in terms of the code of conduct. And what does the code of conduct say in terms of public officials? Now, these are public officials and other things, but his wife is not a public official. The wife of the Chief Justice, or the wife and husbands of the associate justices are not public officials. So, however that.
What people don't understand, I keep saying it, right? It's not it's for me. My point is, when I talk to lawyers, they say Tomalin, it's not an issue of insulting the Chief Justice. No, it's
not an insult aspect for me. I know. I agree.
He attacked the entire bench. He said the judiciary is very corrupt.
Yeah.
Whether it is true or not, that's different. But now that's the highest court of the land. And they are saying that you brought that. According to what they read the citation, they said you brought the highest court to public disrepute. It's like you telling people that they should not respect the Supreme Court. It's corrupt and things. So their concern is you are attacking the entire. That's why they said it. They didn't say a Peabody justice in chambers. They said a Peabody full bench, and you can't. And my big brother Jackie Bruce, who's a lawyer too, he's a very smart lawyer. He said, I'm advising. I'm giving you free public advice. I even read you a statement for you to read to the Supreme Court when you appear before them, because where you are heading to, the people will think, oh, go on, they came in a group there. They're not going to the Supreme Court. When you go before the Supreme Court bench, they're not going in a court. The security will not allow you to enter the court. You and a lawyer will appear before the full bench, and they will play maybe your video and your tape, whatever you said, and if that, they will tell you if you and a lawyer cannot justify the proof why you shouldn't hold you in contempt, they will tell you either you pay a fine or they say you go to jail for 90 days or 6 months, depending on how determination they come with. And when they say that, the sheriff will immediately put you in handcuffs and take you to the South Beach. There's a put there, the police will stay there, you can't come near the jail compound. And after a few days, they're gonna because they gotta go hustle. And you're not paying them money to be there. You'll be in that cell, and after maybe 1 or 2 days, they talk about it, you'll be forgotten. And why the people going to normal business? Liberia, you thing happen, they talk about you 1 or 2 days. After that, they move on to a different topic. The minute it does something different, all over the world, they feel they were talking about Epstein file. Yesterday, Trump came out and called Obama and web apes. The whole thing now, he distracted the people. But the people, you see how the people do things. China and news cycle quickly. So it's not like, people don't compare it. When he saw the President Weah, There's no law in this book that says you saw the president of Liberia, you commit crime. But you could be held in different form and shape. But when he did it, he was out of the country. Number one. Number two, when he won Liberia, President Weah could have still, if he had a problem, he could have filed a case against him. But the president decided not to even gain credence or to be fired above it. I think when he met President Weah, I think at Prince Johnson's funeral, I think they shook hands and all. Okay. Yeah, but Big Brother of Dixie, that's a problem there. Pewee, I'm coming back. Me to the call, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, that's the line, Myean. We also not push it in that way and other things. I understand the quote is the.
So, Mr. Pewee, can we play the video wherein he was reading?
Yeah, play that.
Okay, yeah. Let me try to do that because I think our audience need to listen to him also.
The Supreme Court of Liberia. Hey, yo, let me read it to you. They sent me a writ of contempt. A writ of contempt reads, Judicial Branch, Republic of Liberia, Office of the Clerk, Supreme Court of Liberia, Temple of Justice, Monrovia, Liberia, February 4th, 2026. Mr. Justin Opa Yezian, also known as Prophet Key, Monrovia, Liberia. So Monrovia, Liberia, my address. We need to face many things in the country. No P.O. Bus. There you go, eh? No P.O. Bus. My address. The country we need to face the country. Real life, we need to face the country. Look at my address. Justin Opa Yezian, also known as Prophet Key, Monrovia, Liberia. Address there. Can you see it? Now, why to face the country? Country need facing. Thank God I will appear before my judges then. Yeah. Okay. Justin Opa Yezian, also known as Prophet Key, Monrovia, Liberia. Dear Mr. Yezian, by directive of the Honorable Supreme Court of Liberia, dear Mr. Yezian, by directive of the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, you are hereby cited to appear before the full bench, my people, the full bench, before the full bench of the Supreme Court of Liberia on Tuesday, February 10, 2026, at the hour of 3 p.m. I said the body got me way in the hearing, 3 p.m. to show cause why you should not be here in contempt of court for your continued and sustained barrage of invective against the person of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, the Supreme Court, and other members of the bench which have exposed the Supreme Court to public ridicule and disrepute. Regard very truly yours, Councillor Sam Mamalu, Clerk, Supreme Court, RL. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
That was from Prophet Key. That was the statement there, Mr. Pewee. May we bring on Mr. Johnny. Mr. Johnny, welcome to the show. Mr. Johnny, are you there?
Yeah, thank you, man. I
Okay.
be calling my first name to be Mr. Johnny. My last name is Ndebe, Johnny Ndebe.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Or the name is hard to pronounce, eh?
yeah, that's it, bro.
Okay, I
Welcome.
understand.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, thank you, man.
So,
Thank you for hosting this special
there
edition.
a bit unfolding in this matter. From now, what happened, Johnny, is freezing up?
No, I'm seeing. I think it's from your end.
Yeah, so there's different scenario in terms of operations unfolding in terms of this, but we have to go back to the contempt against Prophet Key by the Supreme Court. I mean, the alleged contempt is not yet a contempt, reason why he shouldn't be held in contempt. But Article 74 also is somehow stating this whole thing about contempt. But Johnny, are you there? Guys, let's see you still.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
But we can't hear you.
I can hear him. I know. I think it's from your end, Mr. Pewee. You need to check it out. I'm hearing him. But Mr. Pewee,
I'm hearing you, Pewee. You are very.
I'm hearing you, man.
Yeah, but I think I'm hearing him also. So I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know. I can't hear him.
Yeah, so yeah, you can just go ahead.
Yeah, no. Was basically looking into Article 74 of the Constitution also. So we want to look what's going to happen on Tuesday also in terms of this contempt thing. That's now going to help us understand what the Supreme Court is going to handle this case and how they're going to do it. But 74 is here clearly saying this thing. It says Article 74. Yeah, I think it's 74. They say to all matter of contempt of court, whether in the Supreme Court or in other courts, that would mean that would be subordinate courts or lower courts, if you will, the penalties to be imposed shall be fixed by the legislature and shall conform to the provisions on the fundamental rights laid down in this Constitution. So we ought to understand first and foremost how they're going to go about this. Has the legislature set a fixed penalty in terms of this issue of a contempt? You see, a lot of things the Constitution instructed us to do, we have not done them. I may be wrong. Maybe the legislature did some law in the panel, law that gives responsibility to them. Maybe I'm not acting as one lawyer that research. So I may be wrong on that. Probably the legislature have already fixed a penalty that should be imposed upon folks that will be held in contempt. Because if you are held in contempt, there are procedural mechanisms that should be deployed. And so basically that is the line. And we hope to try to dive into that later on. So, but Johnny, unfortunately, I can't get you. I don't know how I'm gonna do. You want to go in and come back again? Or I don't know. Maya, you can hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you clearly. I know. So
can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Yeah. Myself hearing you, man.
Can you hear me, Pewee?
Mr. Pewee, are you hearing him?
Pewee, can you hear me?
No, I cannot hear him.
Wow, I think it's from your end, but I'm hearing him. I know.
You hear from my end? Okay, let me go out and come back.
Go out and come back. So, Mr. Johnny, can you make an input?
Well, are you both discussing the Prophet Key situation?
Yeah. You can just make an input on this.
Well, I thought we'd have somebody who will tell us what the contempt
of
this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
We say the court, I mean, what does it mean for the court to hold somebody in contempt? I mean, what is what constitutes contempt of court?
Oh, but it's simple. So normally in the time case, we will not need lawyers to explain because we can go through and then read the Constitution. The Constitution set contempt. So contempt of court will be anything that is tantamount to impede the function of the court. That's contempt. Anything that will impede the function of the court, you are held in contempt on that. In contempt of the legislature and contempt of the court. So there's contempt of the legislature and contempt of the court. And it also is this is into it, so contempt of the court and contempt of the legislature. Anything that is tantamount.
So is contempt a criminal charge or is it a criminal charge or civil?
Contempt is not a criminal charge. Contempt of the court is not a criminal charge. I don't think it's a criminal charge. Put it that way. I don't think it's a criminal charge, but it's a charge that when you held in contempt, you can be punished and set that pure. Contempt of the poor, I don't come from fun. But that's why in Article 74 here, from the contempt of the court, the Constitution said that the legislature shall fix a penalty in that line that will be imposed. It either be financial penalty or some line of serving time served. It's going to be contempt of the code. Okay, sometimes say, okay, you'll spend 3 months in jail, 1 month day, or contempt of the legislature, 30 days in jail. It is not criminal. It is not criminal, I believe.
Yeah, people. The point I want to make here is penalty is linked to. I mean, in terms of penal law, right? Penalty in terms of penal law is linked to criminal offenses or criminal system. So, if the contempt of the court will be punished by using the penal system, which means because when you say go to jail, that made a criminal offense. Because civil cases, to go to jail on civil cases, there gotta be an element of crime within that civil matter that lead to go to jail, right? So if the contempt is considered civil, then it should not be punished by going to jail. Anyway, that's a whole big judicial thing that needs to be discussed by our legal expert in the country to understand why when you say contempt of court, whether it's criminal or civil. Because what I've been following from listening to several lawyers that I've worked over the last 15 years, when talking about civil matters, a civil matter doesn't require going to court. Going to jail. But if the civil part has a criminal nature, that's when the jail component comes in. So if a person is charged with contempt of court, that's why I want to know, does it constitute crime that warrant going to jail or constitute civil action that warrant paying fine?
Yeah, but in some cases, and we'll take some time wanted to bring some lawyers. In some cases, contempt of court can be criminal charge. Specifically, sometimes
why should it be criminal?
It will be run in the contempt what we call criminal contempt. If that contempt was any mind meant to incriminate the court, it is tantamount to criminal act. And that act, and for instance, if saying in some actions, it can be punished by disrespectful behavior toward the court. So in some cases, that disrespectful behavior, if it is tantamount to incriminate the court, I want to believe it can be. So we will seek the opinion of a lawyer to come and someone that understands the law and come and something. But in terms of the judiciary, the Article 74 lay out the contempt issue that the legislature shall fix that. There should be a penalty drawn by the legislature in terms of, so if I'm held in contempt of court, then it's but contempt of court sometimes just go for hearing and the judge can sentence you. So there's not a dual thing. They hear you and your lawyer, whosoever you're going with, the judge can hear you and then just take a decision on that. And that decision cannot be appealed. Right? So if you want Johnny, when they say, okay, Johnny disrespected 30 days in jail, you have to go and serve the 30 days. Or you find this.
I think this is where
the legislature in Article 74 here set the rules. They say in all matter of contempt of court, not the legislature. Whether in the Supreme Court or in the other courts, the penalties to be imposed shall be fixed by the legislature and shall confront to the provision of fundamental rights. That penalty shall confront to the provision of fundamental rights laid down in this Constitution. So the penalty will have to confront to the provisions about our fundamental rights laid down in the Constitution. And why is that? That right is to be heard before you're condemned. You have to be heard before you are condemned. So it's a structural issue. And the Constitution stated is already other things. So what did the legislature fix for that? That fixed thing. If I'm there attacking bringing the honorable court to public repeal, or you doing it, what's the fixed penalty? And is that fixed penalty will have to confront to the fundamental rights of us, the human of the people of Liberia. And what is that fundamental right? Due process. So it's part of the reason why he's being called. But now if he's found guilty from their perspective of due process, what are they expected to do to him? What is the penalty? Is he going to jail for 90 days? Is he going to jail for 30 days? Is he going to be fined $1,005? There's a fixed penalty that's expected to be doomed by the legislature. Do we have that already in the law? Have that been done? So that's the question we should be asking now.
Yeah, so Pewee, this is good. This is something that you need to elevate, because I realize that there are several provisions we have in our constitution that our legislature has not acted to perfect or to clarify to the public. So what you just read is telling us that, that the legislature shall define what the penalty for contempt shall be. So if we don't have it, and in the last years, in history in past, people have been punished under contempt without legal definition for what the punishment should be. You understand that? So meaning the legislature, if they're not pass any law that would define what the contempt punishment would be, then I don't think there should have been in the past, and currently there should be no punishment laid out on anyone for a contempt charge. And then that means also there shall be no reason for holding anybody contempt, because there's no legal remedy, imperfection or incompletion of the act. Because to complete that process, there has to be the punishment that will be laid out by law that will come from legislature. And if they're not done that, then that means all that have been having a holding people in contempt has just been abuse of power, in my view. You understand? Abuse of power, because the law does not provide that you can jail me if you charge me with contempt of court or even contempt of legislature, because you're not passing a law that says you can jail me.
Yeah.
Right? Because legislature must pass that law. So meaning if for example, this fellow goes to the Supreme Court on Tuesday, and he goes with a lawyer, and the lawyer has opportunity to say something on his behalf, that lawyer could raise that issue. Why is your reliance, Honorable Supreme Court, to send this man to jail for 30 days, 90 days, or 100 days, whatever it is? What's your reliance? What's your reliance? If you have no reliance, you should not be acting on your own, because even the court acts in line with law, and not by their own feelings, by how they think. When they pass judgment, they give reference. According to this, you are found guilty. So what would be the reliance of the Supreme Court to find this man punished under the contempt charge to be calling him for? To say he had brought a court to disrepute. What is the definition of disrepute by the law that says that if you do this, if you bring the Supreme Court or anybody for whatever, to public disrepute, this will be your punishment if you're found liable? What does the law say about that? If the law is silent, then why should they add to punish anybody? If you punish somebody where the law is silent or there's no law for that, that's abuse of authority or power, and that's a human right violation. Because that person being violated by you in that direction. That's my ordinary, critical thinking about the process that we just talked about. If there's no clear definition of what the punishment would be for contempt of court or contempt of the legislature, then there should be no issue having a contempt.
Yes, that is also important, but we have two aspects of the whole contempt. So we have there's another contempt issue will be criminal contempt and civil contempt. Civil contempt basically is meant to just enforce something, to have something enforced, and that's, for instance, fine if you are held in civil contempt. But we will be seeking the opinion of lawyers, basically, but for the sake of intellectualizing this issue, we go through the different contempt issue. So civil contempt, that is basically is aimed at forcing compliance. But criminal contempt is where you've been disrespectful and disobedient to the court. You can be held, and that would be that would be misdemeanor.
Our legal system provides remedy to our system provides remedy to everything. Where the law is silent, then nothing will be done. So if there's no definition of contempt, you are just saying criminal contempt or civil contempt. But there's no part of our law that says this is a criminal contempt charge or civil contempt charge.
Don't get me wrong, there's definition of contempt. There's definition of contempt. The definition of contempt.
No, I mean criminal contempt. No, you just said criminal contempt and civil contempt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. Let's leave civil contempt first and foremost. Civil contempt is a forced compliance, if you will. Let's go back to criminal contempt. Let's go back.
No. My issue is, My issue is, do we have civil contempt or criminal contempt? Do we have it like that in our law?
Of course.
Do we have civil contempt, criminal contempt?
Yes, we have.
Okay, can you show me reliance on that?
Yeah, so, okay, let's go back to the issue. Now you're asking a non-lawyer to perform a role of a lawyer, but I will
sorry. Okay, sorry
no,
about that.
No. I will do that for the sake of intellectualism. But let's go back to the issue. As I said to you, civil contempt is meant for them to enforce compliance. If there are certain things you didn't want to comply to, they can hold you civil contempt and they will force you to enforce. And those things come with a lot of things. The result from both criminal contempt and civil contempt will come, the enforceability aspect of it will come for either fine or serve prison terms. That's the punishment from both angles. Will come from fine or serve prison terms from both. Either will fine you, okay, Sylvester Pewee will be fined $500 and that money should be paid into the government consolidated account within the stipulated time. Or Johnny, you being fined this amount out of in any of the two categories. But back to the definition of contempt. Contempt is anything that is meant to disrupt the function of a reputable institution like the court. If you're disrupting the court's operations, either in court, not respecting the judge ruling and all of that, you can be held for contempt in court, meaning you're disrupting the court functions, or you are impeding the function of the court. You can be held in contempt for that. So contempt of the court can be in that now either you're impeding or you're disrupting, and anything that is tantamount or exposing that body to public disrepute, that is contempt. If you went back to the legislature, contempt of the legislature is the same. Anything that will impede a lawmaker from going to section while going or coming from section, the Constitution is clear there. It says while going. So if an honorable mayor tomorrow we let you as our senator, then one day I just get vexed because I call you, now answer my phone, I come to your home, I send you from your car, and you are leaving from your living room, from your house to come get in your car. I go in from your gate and block your gate. Johnny is not going to represent the people of Lofa in the Liberian Senate. Because why? Sylvester Pewee block his gate, put all things in there. Sylvester Pewee can be here in contempt of the legislature. Do you know why? Because the Constitution explained that very, what the English word I want to use, explicitly clear to us that contempt of the legislature is where you are stopping a lawmaker, impeding his function from going and coming from section. So if the police came and help me, or not, police not even come to hold me, you can go back in section the next day. You say, well, I'm coming to West, Sylvester Pewee stopped me yesterday. When they invite me, I can't say, oh, they say, oh, Sylvester Pewee, you coming for, and that's the due process there. Because it has to be heard before it's condemned. So Sylvester Pewee have to be heard. But the plenary, the entire plenary will call me. If I went to the plenary, say, oh, why are you black Senator Johnny? I say, I didn't just let the way he talked to me the last time, so I blacking. They said, do you know that blacking is tantamount to contempt? I said, well, I didn't know, but I did it. They said, okay, and it's clear that I did it, and I impeded you from going to work. I can be held contempt of the legislature. But the punishment of the contempt of the legislature, as per the Constitution, it says that the legislature cannot place punitive measures beyond their statutory sitting time. So let's agree that the legislature is about to go for a recess. If they are punishing me this time, if their recess people are going to be in, okay, let me be a little bit, let me come back to be a classroom teacher here in this line. If they are, as per what the Constitution says, if they are about to go for a recess in 5 days, and I'm held in contempt today, and I'm guilty, and they hold me, I'm guilty, they cannot jail me beyond the time they're going to sit. Am I making sense?
Yeah, listening.
So the contempt of the legislature is defined. But I agree that again on the other side, the bad side for me now, let's say they just came back from their break, and I was held and I structured Johnny, and I'm guilty for contempt. And it is sitting for almost the next full form, they can put me in jail for that period. I can go in jail for that whole period. So contempt of the legislature also is very powerful, and both. So the contempt of these two branches of government, we have not been making use of them a lot. Few folks went to jail before contempt, but it didn't stay because the way we politicize it, the politicization of it, led to them to the lawmaker backing off and recording some of these things and pulling it out, right? But if we want to implement these things, even here, contempt of the Congress is serious. Paul Manafort, of Trump diehard, went to jail for 4 months because of contempt of the Congress. So it's serious. You see now, Mr. and Mrs. Clinton, the former president and the former first lady and the former secretary of state, they have to quadruplate now to even agree not to go for public hearing 2 days ago here because they were going to face contempt of the Congress, and that is done is criminal. You can go to the internet, judge can send you to jail for some time on that. So that's the face of it, Johnny. And in other line, why we'll still wait for lawyers to come and other things. And the reason why I'm saying this because I study in my political science courses. And I got a degree in political science, so we did a lot of legal political courses, like Liberian government and politics, 352 or so. The structure of the Liberian government, the structure of the Liberian legal process, and other things. So we did some level of studies up to 400, 500 level and other things. So I have some appreciable understanding of the way the structure of the Liberian government is unfolding in all these things and all that. So contempt of the legislature, contempt of the judiciary, these are 2 contempt issues that are very critical towards our jurisprudence, and it's important. And so for us, we study a lot the Constitution and we break them down and do a lot of things. So that's why I was looking at it. So there are 2 measures that we want to take from there. Either to find you.
Yeah. So Pewee, I'm coming back. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm getting you. You loud. Go ahead. Go ahead, Johnny.
So you read something that says from the Constitution that says that the legislature should pass a law that will define the contempt punishment, or what will be the action taken against anyone who is charged or called for contempt. And my issue here is, if the legislature has not passed that law to define what the punishment or the outcome of a contempt is, that means everything that our people have been doing in this country have been doing it because of abuse of or illegal.
That is ruled for contempt of the court, Johnny.
No, but listen, did they define? And did they define what should be the action taken against someone who is liable for contempt by law, or they just acting on their own?
Yeah, so you're right about that. So that's why in Article 74 of the Constitution, it says, and I will go back to take folks that are following us. I think it's important here. They say in all matters of contempt of court, in all matters of contempt of court, both in the sacred court, that will be the lower court, the upper court, the Supreme Court, or ordinary administration, in all matter of that court, whether in the Supreme Court or other courts, the penalties to be imposed shall be fixed by the legislature and shall conform to the provisions of fundamental rights laid down in this Constitution.
Okay.
They shall fix it. The legislature will fix. They will fix something. They say, okay, this is what we will have. That means it's the contempt of the court.
So do we have that now?
That I wouldn't speak definitively to. And I love to be, because I may be held liable to most people. I would say, oh, Sylvester Pewee can't lie. No. And something that I would lost our respect. I wouldn't be definitive of that if the legislature fixed that already. And that is only contempt of the court. But contempt of the legislature, no. That is Constitution laid out already. And I will be going there soon, contempt of the legislature. Let me find out.
Let's go to that. What you say?
Let's go to contempt of the legislature. Be going there. Let me find it quick.
So my issue right now, I mean, they are taking
go ahead. I think it's Article 44. Go ahead.
And let the legal discussion come, because I have another version. I mean, another view on the whole issue of this fellow that they are calling to go to court on Tuesday.
I know. I didn't lie. I know. I studied the Constitution a lot for a long time. I know if off my tongue, my finger, I wouldn't lie. It's Article 44, and I knew I was not lying. So I'm there already.
What is it?
So it's the contempt of the legislature. So we go to the contempt of the court. First, Article 74. Now to contempt of the legislature.
Yeah.
And I'll soon be needing reading glasses now, man. Yeah. It said contempt of the legislature shall consist of actions which obstruct, and I was talking about you when you send it on, then you let us know I can't obstruct you. It's the action which obstruct the legislative function, or which obstruct or impede members for the legislative function as a body, or obstruct or impede members or officer of the legislature in the discharge of their legislative duties. Now, the officers they are referring to does not only refer to elected members now. It includes the elected members and Johnny, even in your staff. If you have your secretary, your chief of staff, your steward, your political officer, if their functions of their act is impeded by any individual, they can then have contempt of the legislature. They will continue also from there. Officer of the legislature in the discharge of their legislative duties and may be punished by the House concerned by reasonable sanction after a hearing consistent with due process. And for the legislature contempt, when that person is held, they will call them to come with their lawyer whatsoever. There will be a hearing, and that hearing can be done right in the plenary, the chambers of the plenary. And that hearing should be consistent with the fundamental thing that they talk about in the quoting. That hearing should be consistent with due process. That due process will call you and say, so other people, did you stop Johnny? That the due process, that they should hear me before they convict me. And they say, inconsistent with due process of law. No sanction. That's what I was talking about first when they talk. That's what I was saying. You see, I'm not looking at what I'm saying here. No sanction shall extend beyond the sections of legislature. So meaning, if they are sanctioning me to go to jail, I cannot go to jail beyond their sitting of that period. Right? And any sanction imposed shall conform to the provisions on fundamental rights laid down in the Constitution. Now they came there to say disputes, and there's a critical aspect of this contempt thing now. Dispute between legislators and non-member which are probably cognizable in the court shall not be entertained or held in the legislature. So legislative contempt basically does not go back to Johnny owing me money. He's a senator. Then when I go to Johnny, I say, give my money. He say, oh, I will carry the president who hold me contempt. No. It says no. That's a dispute between you and a private citizen. So, oh, Johnny, when I took my money, because I went to Johnny to take my money from him, where he got there, he won't bring me a plenary for contempt. No. Or, or the other way around. Or Johnny, son and my son fought. Then my son beat Johnny so much. Johnny is a senator. I'm just using you guys the senator, right? Then you want to use I know the same. No. That's a personal dispute. So Sylvester's a lawmaker today. His son and somebody's son did something, or my daughter and somebody governor somebody came and I'm senator. My daughter went and hit somebody. I cannot use that case because my daughter hit somebody or somebody hit my daughter. Now somebody went and hit my daughter. Then I won't use that to go to the honorable house to use that as a contempt means. No. The law says I should go to court. Any personal thing outside of that between me and somebody personally or my family, we should use that to go to court. We cannot use that as contempt power of the legislature. So contempt of the legislature is different from contempt of the court.
Okay, so Pewee,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So now I mean I'm just trying to provide my ordinary analysis. Meaning, even what you just read about Article 42 or 44, whatever you read about just now about the 44. Contempt of the legislature, there is no defined sanction. You see that it will tell you if, right? If. So meaning the legislature need to stay defined.
No, 44 is defined. No, 44 is defined, Johnny.
No, people are not defined on punishment. It's if.
No, it's defined on punishment.
And what is it?
It says the punishment shall not go beyond the session period.
it describing what you should be, what you want to do should not go beyond this.
So
But it didn't
let's
say
say
the person shall go to jail for a day or can be fined or this.
No. But that's fair, Johnny. There's no ambiguity on that. Now, let's go back to what it says. The punishment, the sanction cannot be beyond the sanction setting. Meaning, and it just came back in January.
No, people did that part. Did that part.
No, that part when you understand,
is
they will be setting up.
I understand that part already.
Yeah,
I understand that part. The point I want
you can't jail anybody beyond that time.
Listen, is so for example, right, the decision could be pay fine. Decision could be do this, do that. So there gotta be a defined a set of should I say punishment or whatever will be done if I found liable for that contempt of the legislature.
They would plenarily determine the kind of punishment they want to give you. They will say you go to jail for 30 days. So now they'll say you only for 2 days.
But that is abuse.
But they can't say you jail beyond their certain terms.
That's abuse because the thing is that's an abuse, right? Because meaning that there gotta be a law that says yeah, I mean because the thing is it didn't say what I should be punished if I'm found liable of contempt of legislature. It just say any action that you take against whoever does that action should not be beyond your period you are sitting for. Right? That's what I mean. Typically what I mean. So if you punish me to pay fine or you punish me to go to jail, it should not go beyond the number of days that you are in session.
Yeah, I agree. Our man is saying to go back to Article 74. Why you want all to talk to Article 74? We're going back. I know what he's saying.
Look, yeah, Pewee 74 also has an issue. 74 meaning that the Supreme Court doesn't have any power to punish anybody on contempt because legislature has not passed any set punishment for contempt of the court, which says that it should be done.
And I see why the brother is pushing us to go back. I don't know, brother or sister. I don't know because
I agree. I agree with the person who's saying that.
There's no sense in making here on that, and I agree. And we'll come back to 44 respectfully, and I hope you'll be respectful to me and say don't just say my man or nothing there. But I respectfully agree with that. I would demand that respect. Just kidding. But I'll go back to Article 74 quickly. It says in all matters of contempt of court, whether in the Supreme Court or other courts, that means subordinate courts, and the subordinate court will be the sacred court and other thing court, the magisterial court, or other, how they call it, justice of the peace, all the thing there. Other courts, the penalties to be imposed shall be fixed. Who will fix it? The lawmaker will fix it.
Have they done that?
That's a serious question that you're asking. Is very
important.
And
if it's not there,
and we'll come back Monday to inform the people if they have done that. So what I'm going to
if there's no law there, then if there's no law there, then Supreme Court should not punish perfect kid for anything if they find liable.
The be sending people to jail for contempt of the code, though.
Yeah, I know that.
If they themselves be doing that, I mean, they be erroneous. They're doing it.
You know what? I'm asking the question because these are things I always, I've sat on several lawyers based on my program. They've been telling people about the court issue or go to do workshops. And I think I've been able to identify, I've been asking. So if the constitution says that there should be rules set up by the legislature and it's not done, but then why are people acting on their own to send people to jail for 2, 3, 4, 5 days for contempt of court?
It's important.
And that's a violation.
It's important.
You see? Yeah.
It's important. I tried to find my man Gu. I get Gu. I missed Lafia Gu number. I won't call Gu. Let me see who can help. Let me call. This is important, Johnny, and that's a very important aspect.
I mean, if for key lawyers are listening to us, they could probably cue something from there and tomorrow raise the issue with Supreme Court on Tuesday.
So, Mr. Johnny, yes, go ahead until he, I think he's calling someone.
Okay, so the issue here is this, right? Now, let's leave the legal discussion. My point about Prophet Key issue is Liberian people need to try to set some moral standard, whether it's in their case or not in their case. And that's why we'll come back to this point. This man has been on his platform using a lot of bad words that are not acceptable in our society, in our customary traditional society, which is not appropriate. But leaders of this country, opinion leaders, have welcomed him, they have funded him, they have made him their friend, they have protected him around because what he was saying and doing was against other people. I mean, I'm not here to support Prophet Key. Actually, the point is, once we do something is wrong, whether it's against me or in favor of me, let's stop it so that it can help to make our society to have some level of social hygiene. Other than that, you will see a lot of young people picking up on you guys to do the same thing because senior citizens, elders in the country appreciate people of the kind of character. People of the kind of character, they appreciate that. You saw when Prophet Key came to Liberia, when he came back, some people moving with him around. People in government, people who should be making certain example, moral example for society, were there aligning with him and appreciating him and giving him support. Even when he had an issue with this lady, Judy Andy, the former cultural ambassador, you saw people on the divide. Oh yeah, it's right, it's wrong, and we all know socially this is wrong for our society to have a young man just using profanity everywhere in the radio, everywhere, bad words for people here. Okay, now the Supreme Court now feel hurt. They feel offended by his action. They want to act. They want to act through legal means. And if we discuss it through the legal means, they can maybe setting some kind of legal record pretty soon on this matter. Because if he got a lawyer that will do the research in our system, they do all the research in the system, realize that there's no law and the Constitution says the penalty for contempt of court should be prescribed by legislature. And it's not done. I don't see how Supreme Court will take action. And Supreme Court cannot act against the Constitution. So more or less, this young man case may be a landmark case that will create checkpoint if we're not careful.
No,
if we are really serious, if there's no law at all for this process, that means they make it will be a landmark case. Because I don't expect Supreme Court to act against the Constitution.
So I sorry I wasn't following, but I but I disagree with you though. I don't know.
But you said you are not following that. That brings us to you first and foremost. We were discussing yet. You are not funny. We were discussing actually. It's taking some shape, and I like what this actual and the actual factual too is saying here. In some cases, I agree with him some line, but I disagree with him partly in some area also. But anyway, we were trying to blend Article 74, and I went back to 74 first.
What's 74 says?
74 is talking about contempt of the court, and that's a critical aspect of it.
Yeah.
And that's why I went back to the Constitution and talked about contempt of the court.
Can you read it for me quick?
And so contempt of the court is saying in all matters of contempt of court, whether in the Supreme Court or in other court would be subordinate courts.
Yeah.
The penalties to be imposed. And that's what I was saying the last time on the show. I said, right, the penalty have to be a fixed kind of penalty. And that penalty, the Constitution said that penalty should be fixed by the legislature. It's FRXED, to fix something. So they will say the fixed amount that will happen, how you punish somebody, right?
Yeah.
So that will be done by the legislature and shall conform to the provisions on fundamental rights and laid down in this Constitution. Meaning the legislature, but now the question Johnny is asking, and many other folks asking now, has the legislature fixed that penalty for the contempt of court? That's a very serious question.
No, but my gentlemen, look, I don't know why you're reading into, but I can tell you.
Reading the powerful book of the land.
Yeah, but I can tell what happened on February 10th. Prophet Key will go before the Supreme Court with his lawyer, the full bench. They were asking the question. They were explaining.
February 11. February 11.
Like Armed Day. February 10th. You go
the 10th. Yeah, no, the 11th is holiday, man.
Yeah, He'll go down the 10th. They will put the stuff to him. The lawyer will be there, and they will tell him why he should not be held in contempt of court for publicly ridiculing the highest bench of the country. Now, if he lawyer cannot justify it, they will order the sheriff to take him to jail. It's a quick case. Don't joke. I'm telling you now. I've been talking to lawyers saying I heard it here, and lawyers who are going to the Supreme Court tell me Tomalin, they're not a big thing. Probably going to go to jail on that day. If the best he can do, go for the Supreme Court and plead to them, and apologize to them, show remorse, or else they will send you to jail. And all of them will write on Facebook here talking why you want to push our interpret our law, become constitutional lawyer. They're black. You're talking all day, and the people will send them to jail.
Okay, Tomalin.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is our history. This is our bad past history. Our past has been so bad that those things that must be done through the law to control society, they are not happening. And this is why when people say legislature is not doing what it should be doing, sometimes I agree with them. Beside this chapter that Pewee just read, there are many chapters of the Constitution that are left for the legislature to act on. But once our guys go to that place, both women and men go in that place, I don't know how many times they can even read the Constitution like to know what the Constitution said they should be doing to finish some of the laws that were laid out in the Constitution. So, I mean, that whole thing, because all those that spoke to you are lawyers. They say, I've not been having critical review of these things. Look, let me tell you, Tomalin, I'm not a lawyer, right? I have worked with more than 7 or 8 different lawyers in Liberia, from Lemuel Reese to Robert Barbier. Right now, the Deputy Minister now for Administration and the Minister of Justice, Koro, she worked with me. We both worked together at the Carrier Center. I worked with the late Joseph Chismo. I can go and name, and have sat and listened to them explaining the Constitution, people, the criminal law, the civil law to people in this country for the last 15 years. So by some extension, I've listened and analyzed that law that Pewee just read. If any lawyer goes there and read and does the research and realize that law has not been perfected by legislature, that means every action taken by all the courts for the last 100+ years for to put people in jail for contempt, they have been doing it wrongly and have been an abuse of power.
Yeah, okay.
And that's what you want to. And what you see here, that action that they will take. Wait, one minute, brother. That action they will take, and they are taking all the time, has shown a clear abuse of power. Until we can see that law that legislature has set and fixed in response to contempt of court, no one should be punished by the court for contempt because there's no law that says so. And our Supreme Law says that every action taken against any Liberian citizen must be through due process and must be by law. That's what Garguah law lay out. Let me all the punishment. You are charged for rape. They got the elements that go into rape. So what constitutes contempt of charge? I mean contempt of court I will go to jail for. Or contempt of legislature either.
Let me just read what a constitutional lawyer just wrote. He said that he's trying to help Prophet Key. He said, look, this is why he helped me Prophet Key. He said, look, may it please the Honorable Chief Justice and Associate Justice of this full bench, I stand before this High Court today in humble submission to the citation issued on February 4th, 2026. My name is Justin Opa Yezen, Peak, aka Prophet Key. I appear here to address the charges of contempt of court brought against me. Your Honors, I wish to state clearly and without reservation that I hold the Supreme Court of Liberia in the highest regard as the final arbiter of justice in our republic. I recognize that the judiciary is a cornerstone of our democracy and that its dignity must be protected. I sincerely apologize for the policy statements I have made, which this court has found to be a barrage of invective against the person of the Chief Justice and other members of the bench. It was never my objective to intend to expose the Honorable Court from ridicule or to undermine the term of the judicial branch. Now, he said, while I acknowledge that that contraction.
Too many need that team, man. Too many need that team. Too many save your breath. Too many save your breath. Save your breath. So that didn't make no sense. Sorry for that. That didn't make no sense.
Johnny,
no.
All the time people in contempt that Prophet Key been of course,
yes. Yeah, that's a landmark issue. Okay, wait,
I
1 minute, Pewee.
can bet you.
Pewee, please help us. Please help us.
It will be a simple
please help
thing.
us, family.
I come here.
A big 1 minute.
On Tuesday, you'll be on it. We'll come back here on Tuesday night and say, but you'll be, you know,
it will be wrong. Too many, they will be wrong. And Pewee, they will be wrong. Pewee, please find where can we hold where can we ask for impeachment of Supreme Court? Please find it in the Constitution. Because there's remedy under the law also for that if they do the wrong thing. Please find it, Pewee, I beg you. Please find it. Where can we hold the Supreme Court liable for impeachment? How can we impeach the Supreme Court members that will go against the Constitution of Liberia?
The impeachment issue of the Supreme Court is in 60.
Yeah, please find it. I beg you, please find it. I beg you.
65, one of them. But I'm about to bring on one of the councillors quickly to talk to us. But let me find out quickly for us, then if I can move to.
Now I see people here also saying they rely on the Abdullah what do you call the law, sir? The Kamara Abdullah Kamara out of press freedom. Okay, that's what people rely on to. That's it. If you listen to me, I'm trying to call you. Don't let anybody mislead you. That's the highest court of the land. The Supreme Court. They're not ordinary people you see there. That's what they say. They are the final arbiter of legal matters. Okay? They are telling you brought in the disrepute. You denigrated them. You at the highest court in the land. Don't know what I'm tell you. I know the day you go before the court will say they will come up with a charges on you. If you cannot satisfy their concern, they will send you to jail or fine you heavily. Don't know about mislead you, because I'm telling you.
I have one question. Do you know the history of Marino right in the criminal justice system?
Yeah.
Do you know how they came about? Do you know how it came about?
Yes, Johnny. Marina rights.
Listen, listen to me. I just ask you, do you know how they're thinking about today to be an international standard? Because somebody stood up to the system. Wait for me.
Yeah.
Somebody stood up and saw the flaw in the system and raised the issue and became sensible. It makes sense. And that's why that person got that record of Marina that had that history. So, Prophet Key, with all the other things he's doing, this will be an issue where even if the Supreme Court takes an action to send you to jail, we can look for the area where we say, look, your action was unconstitutional, and we can ask for an impeachment about the citizen to legislature.
So Johnny, let's go back quickly to Article 71 of the Constitution.
Thank you.
So the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court and the judges of subordinate courts of record, that means the Sacred Court, shall hold office during good behavior. They may be removed upon impeachment and conviction by the legislature based on proof misconduct.
Excellent.
Gross breach of duty.
Exactly.
Yeah. And inability to perform the functions of their office. Or conviction in a court of law but for treason, bribery, or other infamous crime. So it's Article 74 that hold them liable also for that. But let me try to get quickly. Councillor Lafia Good, I will be joining us soon, so we can do most of the discussion. So I'll get Councillor Good quickly.
So Tomalin, let me tell you what happened, Tomalin.
I will say, stop. Stop
the thing, Tomalin. Start the thing. Tomalin, you are always slow. Everything is in the Liberia should do better. This is an issue of doing better, Tomalin.
But my man, the law.
In this case, take people key out of the show as being some people are being deviant. But when it comes to the law, once it comes to the law is above every human being in this country.
Yes.
You know that, right? So listen, if these guys do anything out of the way, we will petition the legislature to impeach them because their action against the Prophet.
You support on that?
No.
Why didn't you do it for? Why you
take that out.
Why you do it when you're having a court case?
Prophet King is a Liberian, is a human being that he right to be protected.
The Supreme Court issue a ruling and the executive branch refuse to honor it. you take action to cover the impeachment of the president?
Okay, so we are lolling the country now.
Okay. No, but Johnny, let me realistic now. When Supreme Court issue
I'm being real based on our law.
That be fair now.
So don't see me as oh. I'm never a supporter of Prophet Key. No.
When the Supreme Court ruled that by the executive branch that recognized political power as the gentleman speaker and they should honor him. When Baga came on and said he respects the Supreme Court, but he's not going to work with political power. Why you don't call for Baga impeachment? Keep the Supreme Court issue of ruling, you also you call for the impeachment of the people. You'll be realistic.
Okay. Hold on, Tomalin. So, Tomalin, do you agree that every action, and do you agree that every action on the Supreme Court or any government official should be legal? Should be legally based?
The Supreme Court?
Do you agree that every action of let's go to the court specifically of all the courts in Liberia from Supreme Court down should be legally based?
Yes.
Okay, now if you agree to that, so if there's no law that says that they can punish you by going to jail, then they should not do it because their actions should be legally based.
Until let's make new laws, the Supreme Court remain the final arbiter. If they issue any ruling,
but they are not law. They are not about the law.
It is final.
They are not about the law.
They can change it. Only they can change it.
They are not about the law.
Yeah, I agree.
They're not about the law.
But who?
They're not about the law.
Who can change
So
it?
in this case, listen, in this case,
they make laws. They make laws, right? The Supreme Court are there to interpret the law. That is not make.
Tomalin, in the wisdom of the right of the Constitution, that's why they say the legislature, which is the federal government, shall make law to determine those actions that we taking in the case of contempt of court. If those laws are not there, Supreme Court should not act on its own. Because in this case, it's Supreme Court versus Prophet Key. So who became arbiter of that case? The legislature. And that's why they must pass that law. They should have passed that law. In that law, the science says they got no issue. They can only do a Prophet Key. They should not punish Prophet Key. I'm not supporting him because I'm not a fair. I'm not supporting action. But I'm telling you what the law should be.
We're taking sentiments out of it,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah, but I'm looking at the law. What the law says.
You know what I'm saying now?
So if there is no law for the Supreme Court to act, should not act.
Yeah, but Johnny, you understand that, Johnny, now. You and I know the Supreme Court, I mean, the legislature, they are there to make laws. So what you're saying, in order for that to happen, they have to make the law. Make that law the change. What you're trying to say?
Why there's no law, do you do?
The law.
Wait, why there's no law, do you do? Why there's no law, do you do?
And we submit to the Supreme Court. They will interpret the law.
No. But listen, in this case, Supreme Court is not ruling a case between Prophet Key and somebody else. Supreme Court will be taking action between they and Prophet Key. So who protects? So in that case, in that case now, who protects Prophet Key? And that protection, that in the wisdom of the right of Constitution says, the legislature as the federal government should make a law that will determine what they will do to the person. If it's not there, they should not act. That's my point.
Oh no, okay, Johnny, you get a good point, Johnny. So now the Supreme Court now.
But my point being all the time.
No, but Supreme but I'm telling you, when the Supreme Court issue, when they come out with a ruling and say this man should be fined or should go to jail, that they found out.
No, they're not found out. Wait. In this case, Supreme Court and Prophet Key are the two disputants, right? Supreme Court accused Prophet Key of doing anything. So listen, listen.
They're not judging him.
No, the judging. What are you calling him for? They're calling him to be lawyer, right? And their action should be, but listen, their action against him should be legally based. And that legally based aspect is where Supreme Court said legislature should pass a law that will get them power to punish people. And there's no law for that. They should not act. They should not jail anybody. They should not do that. That's my point I'm making. I'm not defending Prophet Key. I'm telling Prophet Key has the right under the law. That's the point I'm making. That's why the guy, even in our legal system, if somebody commit a rape or a murder, the person has right under the law. And the laws are there to treat the person. So in this case, Prophet Key has right under the law on remedy. So
Johnny,
Key and Supreme Court are local here.
Johnny,
yes, sir.
No, the person is not on his phone now, but
yeah.
I got, and Johnny, I think they're going to have our debate, and we'll have most of our men factor all the kind of line. Now, what the counselor just said to me, he will find some time to come on the show because he's based on another show. What the counselor said to me just now is very important. And you know, and the Supreme Court seems to be violating the Constitution a very long time.
That's the point. Like, exactly.
Contempt of court, as the Constitution stated in Article 74, the Supreme Court been defining the contempt on their own way.
On their own.
And this is wrong. And we have to lift this serious testimony on Monday and Tuesday. The Supreme Court being violating Article 74 of the Constitution.
I want to go like bros soon. I want to be here in contempt.
No. Trust me. If this Chief Justice continue to violate the Constitution, we'll call for his impeachment.
But man,
I would be the first person to push for the impeachment of the Chief Justice if he don't change the tune. Listen, Article 74 is clear to me. Go back to it. Let me read it again so you can understand it. Article 74, in all matter of contempt of court, whether in the Supreme Court or in other courts, the penalties to be imposed shall be fixed by the legislature and shall conform to the provision on fundamental rights laid down in this Constitution. What is the provision of fundamental rights? The fundamental rights want to be heard before condemned, but that fixing of the penalty, it is not the prerogative of the Supreme Court. They're being abrogating that unto themselves. You cannot abrogate what that does not belong to you. They don't have that power. Why is the Supreme Court exercising said power? It's a violation of the Constitution.
They don't have it.
And we have to call into that.
But then the Supreme Court, then legislature needs to act. Because
if legislature cannot act, you bring it up under the act, but you cannot. If they cannot act, does not mean you impose your own thing.
Oh, but they see Constitution getting the power. Say wherever they see that final. Yes, when they see Constitution say whatever.
In all judicial issue, but does not mean that. What the Constitution does not give them.
But so who regulate them? Who put them in check? Who put them in check?
71.
The legislature.
They getting power to interpret the Constitution for us. And I want to call it the Supreme Court. They interpret the Constitution.
Article 71. Let me go back to 71. 71 says they can be booted for misconduct. Let me go back to it. Come back to 71. This is the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
They interpret laws.
And the judges of subordinate courts of record shall hold office doing good behavior. They shall hold office doing good behavior, meaning good moral character, right? And then they may be removed upon impeachment and conviction by the legislature based on proof of misconduct, gross breach of duty, and inability to perform
misconduct
of them. Proof misconduct. Gross breach of duty. Gross breach of duty will be
and gross breach of duty.
Yes. Arbitrarily
to send to jail and you got reason.
Yes. So Prophet Key got some case here. Though he's a bad boy, but he has some case.
I agree with you saying, but for me, what I'm telling you guys, everyone listening.
People listen. There will be a law that will pass law that will say Prophet Key law.
People always telling me to go do law. I don't know it's late now, but I think how did I go do it?
No, it's not late, brother. We ought to do that thing. Not late.
No, not late. But you still got the age. It's not late for you. You still got the age.
Lawyer.
Okay, maybe they'll be your first case. They give you a first legal case. No.
Not too many honest. I can be a very good lawyer. Honestly, I can be a good lawyer. Honestly, or not? Because if the Supreme Court would not, it's a serious thing in recent and so Prophet Key, let's say Prophet Key should not be panicked about this. Though he's a nincompoop that does some stupid thing, but with their case, he got some serious ground here. He got some ground here.
Yeah.
You can prove Prophet Key or
y'all come on that day and y'all say, the Supreme Court tell you say
Tomalin, I agree they will jail him, right? Tomalin, I agree they will jail him, but it will
I don't think they will jail him. They fear. We put more fear in it.
Because they have no legal basis for jailing.
Listen. We are going to put more fear in the court.
Don't have it.
The court and one of the things I'm going to be lifting Monday, and I think I would do some. I would do an article on this thing moving forward to Tuesday. One of the things I'm afraid of that if the court were to take decision on Prophet Key, they were further embarrassed because there have been a lot of Johnny starting.
Yeah, this Saturday, buddy.
A lot of things.
I mean, a black bottle.
Yeah, a lot of things Johnny they would do to expose themselves is that the American government via the State Department, the Human Rights Report, condemned the Liberian judiciary for a very long time now. And if the American government is always saying that the judiciary is the most corrupt portion of the Liberian government, this is not a good sign for them to send Prophet Key to jail for expressing himself on the issue of corruption. So you're going to give Prophet Key too much of notoriety, and you're getting some. I don't think they give that cloud, but if they did, they're going to give him too much of notoriety, and I believe he's going to surpass all them. If they were to recklessly send him to jail, I mean reckless, if they were to be reckless on their path to send him to jail, and I believe they have some people over there that I respect. Councillor Siane Clinton Johnson, I just joined them. Councillor Kobe Johnson's wife, that's an honorable woman that's been in the judiciary for a very long time. Before even some born should be practicing. I mean, when born she was practicing things. She's a woman that is well respected and from Lofa, culturally rare. Councillor James Etohao Wodekolli, also been in that place for a very long time. She was appointed since 2006. She will soon be, because I think most of them are more close to their 70 or coming past. They're coming retired now. So these are not people that are going to sit there and allow these things happen. I can't speak for the Chief Justice because I know he has been into too much of corrupt allegations. I won't speak for him, but I will speak for the two ladies on the two Councillor, the two honorable females, and the Councillor Howe and the Councillor Johnson and Councillor Wodekolli. I will speak for. There are 5. I won't speak for the Chief. I will speak for. Now, Councillor Boaka Kane will be more political. He will take political side, so he will not be that sincere. He will be a partisan judge, a justice, if you will. I won't buy because Boaka just appointed him there. He's a bit better, but I want to go for him that way. He will be too sentimental and partisan. So we will go back to now with Yusuf Kaba. He don't have nerve. He's one of those that can just move left, right.
Yeah, but I
don't think with these two ladies.
I will not mind even if they will hold Pewee in contempt, and the law will change and with Pewee name. Then they will call it Pewee law. Then that will be good. But you have to be careful.
But
Tomani, listen. If I were in Liberia today, I was going to sign see where I'm signing. But I signed that way when I was there, when I was firebrand with the New Progressive. I didn't. When I was saying things, I'm not.
No, you also making you also like you're attacking the justices. That's what you are doing today.
No, I'm not attacking them.
You call it. You said they want you give each other.
No. I'm saying these are reputable people that we.
You said the Chief Justice he being accused or he being involved with a lot of cases before.
No, you see, for you, you want to be a coward. I'm not one. Right? You want to be a coward. I'm not one.
I'm not a coward.
You want to be blowing. You want to be budget blowing. Yeah.
I respect the Supreme Court.
You want buy and blow, but me, I'm not budget. No. Listen, let me put it about you. They teach us were not accused recently of nepotism and corrupt, and he reversed his decision. Did I lie?
No, you lied. I want to true. When you said the man being involved in a lot of allegation against the mayor.
Oh, I said he being a lot of corrupt things.
I see a clerk watching the show now. You see,
I hope the clerk is not put up that corrupt thing too. I hope the client is not proud of that. Right? So I didn't say they clack. Somebody, listen. Okay. I'm reading in front of me here now. I'm seeing the State Department report. I'm looking at it on my phone about talking about the judiciary of our country. One country that I respect in the world, despite of whatsoever that is happening, is the United States of America. Do you know why people say that America is the world police? Do you know since the end of World War II, when we brought the rule of the international base order, that America is the undisputed superpower of the world. Do you know why America is so powerful? Because the justices in this country still work tremendously. The money is there. There will be some hitches and other things, but it's there. If the State Department report, the Human Rights report is outlining, I'm just taking up this thing and talking about issue about the rule of law in abroad, it's not there. You think if we don't talk about it, you think we will fix it? A lot of people are scared. Listen, I can go to Liberia and I will be in Liberia again sometime this year. And somebody I will be on OK FM. And we're on OK FM out there. You must say, I will fire out there. You are scared. You are cool. Look, Johnny can hear them. They can praise the scare me.
But they may say you're part of the Vanguard movement. We in the studio are firing. The Vanguard on campus, but I know why you look. I didn't like. We in the studio are firing out there, man. Pinching me, hitting my phone. They will level when I said, Mr. Pewee, remember, you know, you're attacking the man. I said, but when but on a serious note, what I was saying when I went to that Lofa project or whatever, Tony was talking about this. The man was scared for me. But listen, some of us have been doing those things before. If you say the right thing, I'm not attacking nobody's personality. I'm saying the fight. This Chief Justice will have to prove to us that he's not corrupt. His name being in too much of corrupt allegations. This Chief Justice, we've been told that he's been defending illegal land dealers in our country to get land and properties all over the place. That's another alleged case against him. He will have to come and prove it. It happened on the Dick side again. A lot of people cry with his name there. In other areas that he got land all over the place. How you one man getting land all over the place? And how did he get no land? People that are getting no land are people that have been in court when he was when you're in the judge of one of the sacred court.
Yeah,
this
but you know
what you say, not bringing it.
The way you guys are saying,
okay, let me ask you, right? Again, and he notoriously appointed his son in an area that he shouldn't have been. They put pressure on him. He withdrew his son. Is that enough to tell us that the Chief Justice is not somebody that we need to hold as Chief Justice of our country?
Wow.
You should have all the moral decadence that needed to be a Chief Justice. If the only thing, Johnny, what article 71 says? You should have what? You should have all your moral thing in place. I just read it just now. You should be upright.
Yeah.
All in that you can be impeached. Why the CDC government went to impeach Cabinet Jani at the time? Cabinet Jani and the rest of the folks and said that hey, he was acting in line with his constitutional responsibility. Did I agree with the impeachment of Cabinet Jani at the time? Honestly, I didn't agree with Cabinet Jani.
No, I was against his impeachment.
I felt that Cabinet Jani impeachment was political.
Political, yeah. I
felt that, and I will say this today. It was not a legal thing. The main point should be impeaching people like Yami Bezene. They got grounded impeaching because he violated the moral conduct of the Supreme Court by appointing his son in an area he shouldn't have appointed his son.
Hello? Yeah.
That's the ground for impeachment.
Yeah.
That's a ground of impeachment. You want me to get a person? You see when I intern, and if they said Lofa, people from Lofa before were all scared. The new generation of Lofa politicians, but now even my late father was a very, very progressive politician. You are now a coward.
My opening line, there you have the people. Let the people get that.
You're not a coward. My there's no cause, but
okay. So
Prophet Key will end up winning this case. Not because he's Prophet
plus 23177649986.
They were saying to jail will bury themselves.
I don't know whether you're winning the case. I think for me, they were saying to jail.
He may not win, but he will not go to jail. Here's what they'll do to him. Yeah, here's what they'll do to him. Yeah, and that's my prediction. I may be wrong.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll do to him. I will predict that Professor Key will be fined between $500 to $1,000, or between the line of $200, $300, $400 to $500 to $1,000. But it won't send him to jail. To send him to jail will send more international things that they are not tolerant to things, and it may expose them. And when I start exposing them, trust me, Marco Rubio said it last time. Any country that was stopped on the right of American or people of freedom of speech, those people will not be friends to America.
Okay, so that I don't want to make it.
Those people will not be friends to America.
When the poor play it,
those will not be friends to America.
Yeah, what people?
Anywhere in the world, you problem.
But listen, gentlemen, right? But gentlemen, listen, right? Gentlemen, listen. For me, there should be no prediction on, because first of all, there should not be any case of such, because because no law provides for this. That's my point here. If we have law provide for this, then we can predict the outcome. But no law provide. So in by calling him to the Supreme Court for contempt, it's only out of the order. It should not be, because they had no legal basis to punish him. So why are you calling him for? To advise him? So don't do it again.
No, Johnny, the main reason is that the way the man caught in the video.
No.
The man called him Bawo.
They should not fine him. There should be no fine him a punishment, and fine is not prescribed by law. No, that also be wrong.
The man called
Instead
him
they can legal reference to do that, or instead of go look at their own opinion, because they say, because normally say the opinion of the Supreme Court is law. So it have been, and in this case, they're not opinion, because opinion should be ran on dispute that have risen from the lower court to them between two parties. But in this case, they are a party to the conflict.
So they can't be prediction. That case will be less than 45 minutes. You next thing you have to say, Parky, the same.
But man, it can even be 1 second, because the RP is all about power. It's all about power. And
that's what he said.
If it's a rule of law,
and when they do it, my point is, who puts them in check? It should be less.
So we have someone on the line here, Mr. Pewee. Can we take this person?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, man.
Hello?
Yeah, your name. Please stay away from a monitor.
Yes, my name Abbott.
Abbott who?
Abbott Travis.
Calling from where?
I'm calling from Kamara.
Okay, make your contribution tonight.
Yeah, the question I wanted to ask you is Kido there.
Okay, go ahead.
We got 3 branches of government, right, in Liberia. As we're taking history, 3 branches of government. I want to ask, who monitors the judiciary system in Liberia?
Okay, thank you. Just call them. They will answer you. So 077764986 plus 231 777649986. Mr. Pewee, you can just respond.
Yes. So the constitution of the country is clear that Liberia is a unitary state. So basically, with 3 separate branches of government, coordinated branches of government, if you will. So the judiciary, and as its constitution stated, they are the final arbiter of justice, judicial system in the country. And we have the executive. The executive, Article 50 of the Constitution states that the executive power is vested in the president, and he shall be the president, commander in chief, the chief of staff of the military, the armed forces of Liberia. So he got the executive power to run the day-to-day activity of the country, and the legislature that got the oversight, check and balance oversight, lawmaking oversight. So that oversight, with the construct of the government, the oversight responsibility would be solely with the legislature. The legislature should check the judiciary, and the judiciary also will check both the legislature and that of the executive. And that's why sometimes when laws are being implemented from either the legislature or the judiciary, the executive, where we move is the judiciary, they will finally tell say, hey, the people, what they did was wrong. But if the very judiciary is misbehaving, misconduct, and other things are inability to perform, the group that will check them would be the legislature. That's why Article 71 of the Constitution is very clear, my dear brother from Quebec. The Constitution says, Article 71, that they can be impeached for proof of misconduct or gross misapplication of their function. So, but to answer your question directly, they can be checked by the legislature either by impeachment, to misconduct or other things, because the Constitution gave the power to the legislature to do so. Myean, go ahead.
Okay, so 077649986 plus 231 777649986. You can call and make your contribution on any of the topics we are discussing tonight. 077649986 plus 231 777649986. For our international, we have plus 1-856 676-5136. Let me see who we have on the line here. Hello, caller. Hello. We cannot get a person. So, Mr. P, you can just go ahead. Let me work on something quick.
Yeah. So basically, that's the line of that. So, as the brother was saying, so we have that, and everything will have to move in line. And if we're to go back so he can understand it very well, it's Article 71. If you have the Constitution, so this time what we'll do every weekend we'll have a section for the Constitution to teach the Constitution to our people so they will understand this issue. So it's 71. So the Chief Justice and Associate Justice of the Supreme Court and the judges of subordinate courts of records shall hold office doing good behavior. Clear. Doing good behavior. They may be removed upon impeachment and conviction by the legislature based on provisions. Based on proof misconduct. Proof misconduct. So the brother caution there, if they don't behave well, they can be removed by the legislature. And it's clear. And the legislature is in twofold. Yeah, and can be removed because they violated the constitutional responsibility of their area and all those things. So, and that two line would be one, would be the impeachment proceeding will start from the lower house, which is called the House of Representatives, and the conviction hearing, the Senate will do the hearing and convict. And then if the Senate is doing the hearing and convict, we will oblige the Chief Justice will be the judge in that hearing, and then the conviction is to take place. So yeah, that check and balance will be done from that perspective.
So too many Pewee and closing argument. I'm appealing to you guys, to all of us. Shall we do a petition? Shall we do a closing argument, do a petition to the legislature, the lower house, referencing this particular article, we are a particular constitutional provision to ensure that this provision is completed by legislature. So the closing argument can hire a lawyer and we can petition legislature to make sure the thing happen. Other than that, the Liberian people have been violated over all the years by the federal courts by having this contempt of court without no legal base.
Yeah, Johnny, before we move on, we have our lawyer already working on it. The new progress is going to be suing the Liberian government for not implementing Article 10 of the Constitution. We're going to add this. We're about to push this.
Yeah, but give me credit on this one. I'll raise the issue. Give me credit on this one. I'll raise the issue. I need credit. I'll raise the issue.
Welcome, Robert Garguah. Robert, welcome.
On this one, I'll raise the issue.
We don't have issue with that.
Thank you, sir.
All the credit. We'll get you all the credit on that. But we don't want
I need credit on this one. I'll raise the issue. Thank you.
We'll get you the necessary credit on those things.
So my point is, so why you are silent when the Supreme Court, when the executive branch of the government, no. Why you are silent when the Supreme Court issue a ruling and saying that Fofana was the legitimate speaker, and the president immediately gave a speech and said why he respect the decision of the Supreme Court, he wasn't going to honor it.
Who was silent?
When Boga said, I respect your decision, but I'm not gonna honor it. Okay.
But why Kofa resign? Why Kofa resign? Why the Kofa resign? Who made him to resign? Why Kofa shall remain?
Kofa resign. They staggered deal against something.
There were no.
Kofa should not have resigned. Shall remain.
Why you hold on when the man had nobody to fight? Is it what? Why?
No, come on. But then he should have.
The law spoke on his behalf. The law gave him right. The law said the man is a legitimate speaker.
Yeah.
So the law.
I talked to the lawyer general. The lawyer said, "Probably best option would be to go to the ECOWAS court if they." Oh, I come in. He said, "I come in. But the lawyer said to me, I agree.
You're right.
The lawyer said to me, I agree that to be from you, the Supreme Court, the judiciary is corrupt abroad. He said, but for key, man, listen to the man was saying. He said they made you want to put a reputation for the man on the court on the line. So again, Robert, you just joining the conversation. We're talking about the issue involving Papa Key going to the Supreme Court. We have a contempt on the 10th. I'm saying that the Constitution say the Supreme Court is the highest legal decision maker in the country. A decision is final and cannot be challenged. So if they put the man on contempt and put the man in jail, Johnny is saying that in my petition, you got a petition now. The Supreme Court, the legislature now to say whether might change the law, whatever the case. I think I say when the people each a decision on the 10th, it's final. Nobody can check on them.
Yeah, but you see, this is where can we mute? I think I'm hearing feedback. This is where politics comes into place, because there were conversations about the Supreme Court being ambiguous with regard to their ruling during the legislative impasses, right? I didn't think so. I thought they were very clear. But the very politicians who did not benefit from the ruling use politics to interpret the ruling of the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court were not explicit enough, right? The government, by person of the Attorney General, also gave his interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling, right? And it was on that basis that the government took the position they took. Now, we consistently indicated and stressed that this was all politics. This is all politics. What would be interesting is to see the clarity of the Supreme Court take on the Prophet Key issue, which I believe, in my opinion, is very significant, as opposed to the unconstitutional coup d'etat of the former speaker. Unconstitutional. I mean, this was not just the Supreme Court ruling on this matter. This was the fact that legislature, these guys have violated their own procedures, their own rules. It was very clear. But they said that the Supreme Court was not clear. The Supreme Court was not definitive. The Supreme Court was not categorical in their ruling. The Supreme Court needed to verify. Even after they said where you are seated is unconstitutional. Where you are seated is unconstitutional. They were very clear. Many languages in there was very clear. So I want to see the Supreme Court ruling and how clear they are with regards to whatever they do is a perfect key. But listen, like I said yesterday, this is complete nonsense, Tomalin. This is nonsense on steroids. This is listen, I do not listen to Prophet Key because I do not gain anything from a Prophet Key conversation. I want to engage in a dialogue, a political discussion, dispensation that benefit my own knowledge and that prefer solutions. Prophet Key is not a solution-oriented kind of guy. He doesn't even understand what it means to be a solution-oriented person. Prophet Key came to public space by insulting people. And it's very interesting, we Liberians, Tomalin, because when it comes for us to discuss the serious issues, the bread and butter issues, when we're talking about ideas to move the country forward, I'm not talking about criticism. I'm talking about constructive ideas, technical, expert-based ideas to move the country forward. Whether it's a TV, look at this platform. This platform is one of the most intelligent platforms. We don't talk tapataya. Very intelligent people, yeah. Career professionals. We criticize the issues. We talk about it day to day, but we also put forth ideas. But Liberia would rather go listen to gossip. So Prophet Key took advantage of the fact that more Liberians are interested in gossip, Myean and power costs than when it comes to the real issues. That's what he has been. He insulted the president, former president, Myean and power up and down, and the very people who are holding him in contempt quietly supported that. This is my outrage. This is crazy. If Prophet Key thinks that the Chief Justice or any of the Chief Justices, if one of them is sick and that wife need to check up on them, why should you waste our time to hold this man in contempt? If Prophet Key thinks that the Supreme Court is corrupt, why should you waste our time? If you don't think you are corrupt and you think this man has defamed your character, go to civil court. Go and sue him. I don't understand how this is. I don't understand how this concerns the Liberian people. The Supreme Court does not work for itself, my people. The Supreme Court is paid by Liberians to specifically render constitutional.
Yeah, but Araba, they're the highest. They're their decision. But
yeah, but I don't care. But if the decisions, my contention is not that the decision is not the highest decision and final decision. Just because you are given the authority to render an opinion, right, that supersedes every other opinion, does not give you the constitutional right, to do so at the detriment of the rights of others.
I agree.
They are violating the freedom of speech. And now,
I agree.
So what is the issue when someone says you're sick? Someone said the Chief Justice is sick. Someone said Tomalin is corrupt. Without going into any specificity, they said Tomalin is corrupt. Then you say, oh, you calling the bench corrupt? Come, you've been held in contempt. What is that?
Yeah, but they are saying that he brought the highest court of the land to public disrepute.
How?
He brought it to them. But
how?
He said that the most corrupt person in the country, right?
Okay, but that's an opinion. That's his opinion.
He attacked them, and they are saying
okay,
the same.
So, but the executive is attacked every day. We attack Joseph Boakai and Unity Party every day. In fact, the very Attorney General whose opinion, interpretation of Supreme Court ruling, we attacked him. We call him names here. So what? If any Liberian citizen, listen, the justices themselves are not above the law, Sylvester. So are the justices above the law in Liberia now? They're not above the law.
So my question to Sylvester, Sylvester and Johnny, who opposed the Supreme Court in check? Who?
But that's what I said here. That's what I said to Mani. It's clear in that line. And the guy that called just not too long ago, the good question he asked: who put the judiciary in check is the legislature. It's clear. And you see, the Constitution is.
How do they do that? How do they do that?
They do that in Article 71 of the Constitution.
Can you read that? What does it say?
Okay. Why he reading it? Why he read it? The legislature makes the law, right? And the Supreme Court doesn't interpret the law. So they make the law that they interpret.
So Article 71, they would do that because if they don't, because they will have to be of good moral standing and good judgment and all of things. If they don't do it, then they can be removed by the legislature on those lines. So yes, what the Article 71 is saying. The Chief Justice and Associate Justice of the Supreme Court and the judges of subordinate courts of record shall hold office during good behavior. They may be removed upon impeachment and conviction by the legislature. Based on proof misconduct, gross breach of duty, inability to perform the functions of their office. So the Constitution laid that out very clearly. Now, while the Constitution in Article 65, 64, 65 gave them the right to be the final arbiter of the judicial system in the country, it also gave that power to check who will checkmate them to the legislature. So, and that's one of the reasons why the time cabinet, though I disagree with cabinet general removal at the time, but it was on the basis of performing that functions of oversight by the legislature, but the Constitution gave them that power. So they got Article 71 here. But Article 74 is also saying something critical, and that way I believe Prophet Key case is very paramount too. If 71 is saying the contempt of court of the Supreme Court and all other courts, there will have to be a laid down fixed rule penalties by the legislature, and that has not been done. I've spoken on this show today. I've spoken to, I have researched it before. Yes, from the years back, some kids when they had this guy in contempt, there was somebody when he called to misbehave, to send him to jail that time for 20 days. And at the time with the new program, we challenge people, say, "Oh, we're not sending up." They didn't listen. And most of the lawyers are saying that now the court the legislature have never fixed that fixed penalty. The Supreme Court by herself is defining contempt and the penalty, and it shouldn't be that way. The legislature will have to, and that's what Article 74 is saying. And if you are to read Article 74, it will tell you that that rule and procedural penalty will have to be fixed by the legislature, and it have to be on the basis of fundamental respect for human rights, and that in the provision of the Constitution. So there's a lot of critical things unfolding. I mean, I don't know why they are doing that, but if people were to push them, they would just expose themselves to further public disrepute.
In addition to that, maybe they might come and hold me in contempt. In addition to that, there's no secret. This is a hidden secret that our politicians are very corrupt. And I will go on the record by saying this is not strange. Look at the rulings over the years. The courts in Liberia are in the pockets of the wealthiest and the most powerful, the most influential people in our country. And this is true. The most destituted amongst us, the courts have not proved to be on their side. This is true. It is politically influenced. We said, and many Liberians have said, that all of the branches of government is corrupt. All. It doesn't necessarily mean that you went and stole money. It doesn't mean that you went and but if they're rendering opinions not on the law, not squarely on the basis of the law, that's corrupt. That's corruption. But because we live in a country where no one wants to hold these folks accountable, everyone does what everyone wants to do. This is what's happening. I'm not a fan of Prophet Key. I think Prophet Key is an idiot, and I don't think he should be elevated to this kind of level. The fact that the Supreme Court is going out of their way to even acknowledge or dignify such a character speaks to where we are as a country when we have serious matter to be discussing. The Supreme Court must be very less busy to hold Prophet Key in contempt based on Prophet Key's opinion. They are violating that man's right. Every Liberian have the right to freedom of speech. And I understand that there are consequences to freedom of speech. Every other Liberian who feels in the expression of freedom of speech, that someone was lied on, someone's character was defamed, you have the right to take that person to court. You have a right to sue them. So if the Supreme Court and the justices believe that their character was defamed, take the man to court. Don't waste our time. Don't waste taxpayer money. Don't waste taxpayer working day when we should be discussing other serious matters.
But Robert, so let you please read the second part of Article 15 for me, a bit for us, and maybe you.
But before going to Article 15, let's go back to Article 75 of the Constitution. And I first mentioned Article 74 first and four that the legislature should fix that. So they agree the penalty tomorrow, Monday, also the case should face. It should be fixed by the legislature, and the legislature have not done that. So how are you going to do? Are you going to send him to jail, or are you going to fine him? Why? If you did that, you violated the Constitution. It's what? And the Constitution is that any attempt to abrogate the Constitution is a violation of that institution, that instrument. Let's go back to Article 75 now. We'll go back to Article 15. Is it the Supreme Court shall from time to time make rules of court for the purpose of regulating the practice, procedure, and manner by which cases shall be commenced, and her before it, and all other subordinate courts. It shall prescribe such code of conduct for lawyers appearing before it and all other subordinate courts as may be necessary to facilitate the proper discharge of the court functions. Such rules and code, however, shall not contravene the statutory provisions or any provision of this Constitution. Now, the intent of that, and if you went back to Article 74, the intent of that, gentlemen, is that they're saying to them that there should be nothing done by the court that should contravene the provision thereof of this Constitution. Yeah. So if you went and did anything that will contravene 74, Johnny, because 74 stated that you cannot, the penalty should be fixed by the legislature. The legislature have not done that. So if you went and sent somebody to jail for contempt, you are contravening Article 74, and that is tantamount to violating the Constitution. Let's go back to.
So all the time you send people to go back for contempt.
They've been doing it on their own. That's wrong. They've been doing it on their own. That's wrong. And
all the legal minds in the country, all the time you say they know that.
That's the reason why the court system is so corrupt.
All the legal minds,
yeah, of course.
All legal minds.
The court system is so corrupt.
No. We got it in the law school, the law schools, the underground school of law and thing, right? All the lawyers are there, all the national bar. So they've been following the laws and they ignore it, right?
We have never heard Jerome Gayman or
yes,
let me tell you on this one here.
Sometimes silence is endorsement, Sylvester. If you have
the reason why they don't want to speak against this, that I know the reason. I've spoken to that. Yeah. You know the reason, Tomalin?
No.
The reason smart lawyers and all the lawyers don't want to say they don't want to fall in problem issue with the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court can sanction them, right? Can put some punitive measure against them, any issue of the code, the conduct, or you can't go and pass the code. All of them will tell you, and they're being very lazy.
That's
on that
crazy.
point.
That's
they're being very lazy. They should be the ones speaking up, but they don't want to speak out. They say they're trying to expose the code, and they may be punitive measure by the code and other things. So that just that.
So the National Bar, the Liberia National Bar Association, they're independent. It's an independent institution. So they have been having some tough lawyers that have been heading that bar. So they said they've all been seen and they've been violating the poor law rights, and they've been silent.
Very independent sometimes, but sometimes when they be over critical, like sometimes when Tyrone started being critical, there's a way they can try to do them. You know, the Supreme Court is so powerful, so they can arm twist them.
But you can be powerful without violence. The Supreme Court should be an exemplar of constitutional order. You cannot violate someone's right. If a lawyer comes and was critique of the Supreme Court and their behavior or ruling, that doesn't give the Supreme Court right to hold them accountable. Or
so then why nobody have held them?
Nonsense.
Nobody have held them because
which portion of Article 15 you want read?
The second part I talk about your rights.
Okay. Let me go to this Article 15D of the Constitution. It said the right encompasses the right to hold opinions without interference and the right to knowledge.
Yeah.
It includes freedom of speech and of the press, academic freedom to receive and impart knowledge and information, and the right of
imparting knowledge. Okay, go ahead.
Libraries,
imparting knowledge. Yeah, go ahead. He said impart knowledge.
To make such knowledge available. It includes non-interference with the news of the mail, telephone, telegraph, and otherwise. So
they talk about it comes to responsibility.
No, that's Article 15A. It's not
so it is 15A. So every person shall have the right to freedom of expression, being fully responsible for the abuse thereof.
Okay. So
fully responsible for the abuse thereof.
When you express yourself and you abuse that right, that what is of course acting upon.
No, but it does not define what that abuse is.
So that abuse, it is defined.
So what is it in this case?
That abuse is if you
I'm bringing it to the bench to the
public dispute. Yeah, the abuse
by saying that the judiciary is corrupt.
That's not an abuse. And not that he said lengthening of things.
He said a lot of
stuff.
stuff.
And he also said that they said the man is sick and his wife needs to check him. That is not bringing that is nonsense, folks. This is not,
okay.
Oh my God.
When they go before the tap, when people
so but look, but Jeremy, let's come back. Let's come back to the real issue, right? Let's come back to the real issue. The real issue is,
Article 15 is very long, and that's why the people trying to put Article 15 down. It got from A all the way down to C, and to C all the way. So it got D, and E, other E.
Okay,
So
okay. I think when I adjust the whole time, that 10 minutes okay, let's talk about the land issue. Okay, man, I want to say this. People have been bringing to my attention, right? On a serious note, most of those
before we move forward, does Prophet Key does he have a lawyer?
I'm sure, of course, he got a lawyer. I'm sure he got a lawyer.
Okay.
Oh, you're not going for this Obrigo or lawyer. That
Prophet King, Prophet King got money.
That man, don't say that.
You can raise money. They can't raise money.
You never put on money for the case.
Lawyer not too expensive in that, bro. Do it so you pay some money, but
but they might do it. But you see, but these are kind of public. Well, it's just the Liberia is different, but these are kind of public cases that some lawyers will just take just for the attention and the popularity of it.
Yeah, but
no, not Liberia is different. We got public defenders.
Yeah.
We got people that government pay.
Top lawyers. I'm talking about top lawyers just must make this like a pro bono, like do a tax pro bono.
Most of the top lawyer will be most of the top lawyers to take a case. They will not want to take it because
actual factor.
But he can force almost everybody.
How you say
because the way he can force women,
so the message here is this, right?
They will arrest you.
So the message here is so the message here before we move forward.
No legal ground. You got it, man.
You can cost the executive, cost the president all day. You can cost cost everybody else, but don't cost us. Call everybody else corrupt, but don't call us corrupt. If you call us corrupt, we will summon you, will hold you in contempt. That's the message.
Oh yeah. So the man call everybody. So tell him I'm gonna be afraid to take a case, but they say, oh, that man because his man is made defending.
No, but guys, quickly though, the issue with the land issue, right?
But look, Tomalin and Pewee, let me read something.
The men that cost their own before, so
that cost everybody. So
you not get friend.
So I mean, I say, look, the people want to set an example of this man. That the poor intention. But look, the land issue, quickly, right? Go ahead.
What land?
The issue about land. The issue about the problem in Liberia, the land issue.
Oh, the land, yeah.
Now, okay. The president spoke, I think, at the second one of the barracks he spoke to on Friday or Thursday. And why I disagree with comments he made that God will not come out to kind of devour land. But on the issue about the army, the problem with guys like Liberia, maybe from you guys, the people that sell people land, they're not Bibisha, and the common people there. The guys are people who they are known for selling people land in Liberia. Yeah, one guy, I think he's not there. You're in peace with that. That man, he saw people laying peace with like crazy. Okay? And the thing in number two, it's
how they call it?
I think it was Macintosh. Yes. He not that. Oh. Yeah. He saw land like crazy in our peace with that. Another thing is that the people they have laws, right? They tell you say that I blame the public works. You should have zoning laws. Some people are building when you call a surveyor, you survey your land, they tell you where they tell you say this land you don't pay in the alley. It will affect you tomorrow. But because back in the days, people now took advantage of the fact that they have to call alley that you can build certain places that the people can use to for passes to validate. So as a result, people just build indiscriminately. But now, not my other concern I got. They give people warning ever since when they told them. Now the government told them, said, look, you guys should relocate because what you build is wrong. You know, wrong place you build. But most of the people took advantage of it and ignore it. Now, my thing is this: I believe the government, if you want to remove the people, at least you gain a compensation. Okay? Say, well, we'll help you with this thing to relocate. But to say the government land, the land and the government own, the army, they can't say again, they can't occupy the land. No, that's wrong. So, politics aside, I think the land issue, people who don't have the original deed for people land, who sold your land to you illegally, they'll get the right owner of the land, take the land from you. Take your land back. I know all of us here, we are being affected with the issue of land. You didn't answer your land, and that was not the land, they sold you land. They gave you the wrong deed, all kind of stuff. I had an incident, I think I told you guys, where the man told me, when we started, we made a meeting set, the owner of the land, the guys who had a deed, and the surveyor all went, we sat down to the place. I came, when I saw the thing, I carried somebody who knew my land. What you say, but you don't own the land, right? You're the owner of this land, but only one signature on the deed. Where other people signature? He said, oh no, it doesn't matter. No. Man said, but then he can take it. The surveyor got mad because I mean, and I land commission, what were the person that key that day? He got mad because I'm paying money. I said, I'm not paying money. Based on the fact that my advisor said, don't do it, because they issue tomorrow. The other party will say, oh, we don't sign that deal. Why you took it? Why you pay for it? So that problem in that country of people. So that's the issue I got. I know you're talking about the land issue.
Yeah, so but let me just say something briefly. Or let me ask one question.
Oh, correct, go. Okay, Chairman Ben. Safe flight, safe journey to Accra.
What, Chairman Ben living in Liberia now?
The man headed to Accra, Ghana.
Oh, you want to go back? You want to go back to the US?
You're going for Philip's funeral, the former vice president's son's funeral.
I thought you were leaving there for the burial.
He'll be there. The man only went to Liberia now.
When Philip passed, I think he said he didn't go that time, right?
So,
he has schedule problem.
Oh, okay. So he.
Yeah, Tomalin, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Okay,
so I will be in the back because I just went out of energy, but I got my internet on. So look, the point I want to make here is, so the land that was occupied, the land in Spinsville, the second land, was it occupied by people, or it was empty?
I think that, during the war, the people that barracks became a shelter, displaced shelter.
To answer the question, to answer it was inhabited by those that were seeking refuge at the time. They've been there since 1990.
Yeah.
Okay, so good. Now here what I want to do, right? So my point here is that means there is a dispute between the army and Liberian people in that case. That's a dispute right there.
People.
Yeah, I mean that's a dispute between the army and the people. So the army needs.
Why you call it dispute?
Listen, because the army property is being occupied by people who do not own it. Mm-hmm. Like you got a hospital, you got your land in Pinsville here, or in somewhere somebody going to occupy it and don't want to move from there, right? That's why I'm saying the dispute between the army and the people.
But Johnny, before you continue, let me just say this quickly. So it's not that it being a dispute. The army have not had the money to rear it.
I agree.
Put the place back, so that was delaying in claiming it. None of the resources. The first attempt to take the barrack was on the then Minister Samukai when the CDC came. They said, you are doing it for the people, and the police has a little bit. So Madam Sarif say, hey, let's leave there. There's no money resources for now. So she stopped it before she left power. She stopped it.
So the point I want to make is that here's the point I'm making. So the army and those who occupy the army facility, they are in dispute. So are you saying it's legally correct for the army to act the way they acted, or should have filed a lawsuit against the people to the court?
No. You can't. That's government property.
But the army can sue. The government can sue.
No, government can sue the citizens. The citizens don't have money. No, you can sue citizens for those things. They are enforcing their own government property, right? The military, they will only give them time to say, okay, we'll be evicting you. Listen, these are squatters. Sometimes we don't waste the court time to go waste money. You are squatting on someone's land. They will not give you notice.
So you can wait the court time and go to provoke case Supreme Court.
No. We'll get you notice of the event, notice to evict.
Who get notice? Who get notice?
The military, they start them notice.
They don't have that power. They don't have that power to give notice.
I guess Johnny's point is, if this was in the case of a regular citizen and not government, would the citizen themselves, issue an eviction notice to any squatter who have been on their land, or would they go to court to get that to get the eviction from the court? Because eviction should come from the court. And so the point he's making, I don't think the military or the government is an exemption to that, right? Even if someone is on government's land and they have been occupying that land for a protracted period, and you want them evicted, you go to the court and you get the eviction notice instead of just issuing the notice yourself only because you're government or you're on government land. I think that's the point he's making.
Yeah, but that is also simple. So, Rao, the whole thing is, even if it's on private citizen land, the first and foremost thing you do, and we all will accept this and understand this and move along with it. Let's agree I'm on Rao land, on Rao Fee Highway. I've been living there, Rao, not ready for the land. Rao, the first time I've been Rao, not going to the cool streets. Rao come to me and say, Pewee, you be on my land, I'm ready for my land. The only time Rao go to court,
what if you say,
that's why I'm coming now. The only time Rao go to court, if you refuse to leave.
If somebody want to contribute
so the first thing coming quickly, the first thing the matter is doing, the matter is request and they refuse. Then they will want to seek the court option.
But that's not what the military did.
That's why the phone they want to contribute.
The military just want my land. Myself can't tell my woman. Go ahead. Yeah, bro, you say you want your land.
You can't do that. Go to law.
Go ahead. You live.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, you live.
Yeah, I'm just monitoring your days of Carlos and Pewee struck a point. George struck a point. The era of 72nd barracks, there are claims and counterclaims. One claim that besides the area the barrack occupied, they have ball land around the area legitimately. The AFL came in and said, no, all of these areas for us. So it's an entity of government that is trying to reclaim her land. The right procedure for that entity of government to do is to go to court.
Exactly.
Because when that entity to court, the court will invite the other people involved to understand how do they own the land so they can resolve the matter. If it is established that they don't have legal document, the court will issue an eviction and ejection order.
That's it.
The court will put into that document of a survey by the lawyer of those who won the case so that they can run into other people's land. Because the army could have maybe 50 acres of land. And while going there, if the lawyer does not establish the 50-acre land, it will go beyond 50-acre land and cause all the damage. That's why you see in the rate, they will include not just the eviction and ejection, but they will also include a clause for a lawyer involvement into it. So yes, the army should not have just gone in and taken the people out. No. Even let me just give you an example on the alley issue on squatter in District 8. The Ministry of Public Works invited the people, those who have documents and those who have claim, and those who have deed, they should present their documents. It's that lawyer that wrote. It's not just the ministry, the lawyer wrote. And they use some technical jargon. I hope I get a document in here, I can send it to you so you can be able to see it. Because people will be able to make claims. So if the Ministry of Public Works is dissatisfied, they can use the court to eject you out. Okay? So the court has to make that determination. It's a bad precedent that tomorrow one government ministry can just come and say they play for all that 15-acre land. Whether they get legal documents or not, or because they occupy the land, it's a possibility. And let me just give you, it's a possibility the government can occupy an area illegally. I want to give you an example. In District 8, the Torgbean market, Torgbean Messebedo market?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you one example. Samuel do pay that market, right? They pay people down there to leave the place. But guess what? The government did not secure that market, that ground legitimately through regular document, appropriating the land, all of those things. So one, I think Rosemary, but she married a Councillor James.
Yeah, Rosemary.
And the other family came here. They claimed the area. Alien had to pay $200,000 to $300,000. During my time when I was a lawmaker for that place. I'll give you another example: the Kehleboe community, the Kehleboe school, and the land. The government said that our land, because Doha giving some money for that place and whatsoever. The same thing. The default by the PRC government.
Yeah, but great. Yeah. But the issue about the second barracks, we all know that is the armed forces like brother.
No, but don't say you know.
Yeah, but that's not the issue, Tomalin.
In context.
Yeah, that's not the issue.
Tomalin, the issue is the barracks owned by the military. You cannot go
How can you prove it? How can you prove it?
The only time they go to court, listen, the honorable should not, no. What honorable says is not all factual here.
How can you prove it?
It is owned by the military. The military they refuse to leave, and the military will seek eviction order. Yeah, conclude, please. But yeah, the conclusion should not be characterized by misinformation. That's how I'm coming in.
You have your time to say now. You don't have to say what I want to say.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, be tolerant. You got your opinion.
Okay. Go ahead. You should tolerant. I'm just saying something. Go ahead.
No, this thing, don't say owned by the military. Nobody arguing about something that's not going to be owned by the military. But there could be a possibility the military could go beyond its square miles of the land.
That's it. That could be. You using a word phrase that there could be.
No, man. I will have one conclusion like this.
No, but we haven't come that there could be, but there's not that much.
Let him end. We don't have to don't
be emotional now. They show that mature show. People can talk together.
Pewee, get my dad chance. Let my dad talk. Beg you, Pewee. Let my dad talk.
Yeah, but Pewee should not use the catharsis because it's a learning process. Yeah. Pewee.
You see, you're trying to buy time, and you cannot do this to people that I don't understand. You're trying to buy the time, you dragging, moving up to the I come on, we have a conversation. He tried to buy the time because he feels somebody trying to back off his message from he gave him, so he's trying to buy the time. Go ahead now. I'll rebuff it later on. Go ahead.
Let the man learn,
no,
please.
I'm not buying. You see, you the talk show host now. Why don't you like to call on talk show? I'll let it be your guest. Okay, nobody buying time. When you say buying time, you get it time. I can buy time. So you misusing that word. I'm not proposing. You deliberate abusing word. But that's not the issue.
You can only use proposing when the context is not involved. When the context, I come. Let me hold this guy. You know, sometimes you
the issue here is this.
Wait, no, I come. Proposing is another thing. Somebody should teach you because there's sometimes you get a lot of misinformation.
Okay,
and you want to win the show, and no, I come 1 minute. And you see, and that's also how you mispronounce a lot of time of words. And I come. So tell me that I'm using proposing without the fundamental clue of the verb line you're trying to reach here is dangerous for you. Because what I was trying to say here, first and foremost, is that you buying time. The time you buying is that the first thing you said, they may be encroaching. Why would it be proposing when I'm using the objective of the term, their property?
Let me tell you why now.
Then why you can do that to somebody that's struggling to learn, but not somebody that's big. Yeah, that's somebody that's big. That's what I mean again. Go ahead, please.
Husband, let me finish. When I say use malapropism, when you say you buying time, it's a deliberate abuse of voice. Nobody buying time. That's what I mean. You put in words where it should not be. That's what I mean. So I know when I'm speaking properly. Okay? That's not the issue. Don't argue with me on the subject matter. But there's the issue. The military took over the place, right? The military said that my property this. Can anybody just go because of your property and take over when people illegally occupy under the laws of the Republic of Liberia? Can anybody forget about government? Whether the government or not, the government can be sued and the government can sue. I want you to know today, the government of the Republic of Liberia can sue you and you can sue the government. So once you can be sued and the government, and the government can be sued also, it means that the government, like any other citizen, cannot just go and take a place because people illegally occupying it. The government has to go to the court to get an eviction order to take the people off. That's not how government function, my friend. So the army was wrong. The army should have gone to the court because the army is acting as an institution, okay, that has a complaint that people illegally occupying their place. So under that doctrine, the army should have sought the court intervention to get it up. I mean, we've spoken to a lot of lawyers on that subject matter. Even today we were discussing it with lawyers. I'm talking about real counselors, okay? That's one point there. The next thing, the people could go and sue the court for illegally removing them. If anybody get a legitimate claim, okay, they can go to court. In fact, they can file a prohibition to stop the military action. If some of them get legitimate document, okay, when the army encroach on their land, also while the army occupy, they can prevent the army through a prohibition through the court. They can go to the Supreme Court and stop the army so they can hear the case. Because I listened to some of them who claim that they get land error. The last quarter already, they bought the land even before the barracks were built, but the army came and took over all of those areas. They stopped them from moving. They stopped the community, some community people from moving in, not in the barracks, but their own houses outside of the barracks, so they can stop the army action under the laws of Liberia. It's not an argument. So there are two ways. Then once the army did not go to court, somebody can move the court when they have legitimate right. That's my point right there.
Come on, let me say that I'm not going to conclude on this issue here. First and foremost, it's clear now, and you see, sometimes the sake of just coming to be part of a discussion doesn't make any rationale in terms of just pushing out. And you say, oh, they can even move the post stay order. That should be their prerogative. If they so necessarily deem that the military is going outside the band of the realm of the law, they can move to the court to do that. But here's what I would say to you. I have seen it in the, we also spoken to lawyers. You understand, I made a lot of attempt to speak to a lot of lawyers in terms of what we don't understand in terms of the legal technicality. But here's what I would say. The military is moving. If you believe the military, the only time the military will seek eviction order, if those that are illegally squatting on the land of the military prove to be recalcitrant and saying they don't want to follow whatsoever thing you're saying. This I may go I own property, I will go tell somebody you own my land, leave, I'm here to take my land. That's the first approach. I'm not going to court. The first approach is not to seek remedy at the court. You only go to the court when someone is trying to challenge you owning your own land. That's
no, people disagree.
So the intent of the military going to court in the first instance, it is illogical. It is not anything good to do. You only go to court for the first instance. You will go to court when someone is refusing to leave your property, then you will seek the redress of the court, and the court will take appropriate action. Now listen, the military, we know the military builds structures there. There are structures, there are militaries and military family inhabited that land for a protracted period of time. And the land is stayed there. If the military is now prepared to develop the land, I think for me, I've been pushing ever since for the military to take that place. Listen, and that's why the country will continue to be lazy, because we encourage people to live the kind of a destitute life, to say, oh, the dependency syndrome is too high, everything depending on government, folks should be prepared to move. I know the government should set the basis for people to move through, to get towards economic viability and all those things. They should create the necessary structure. The economy should be okay for them to do these things. Every government should do that. But for people to just be squatting for God knows when it will end on government property, military property, that military and their wives should be based, it makes no sense. And anyone that will project and protect those kind of a thing, these are people that just also want to see being the loose political discussion, and they want to bask of political time or political notoriety in the line of that. That's the military property, my dear Rao. So if the military own the property, they should take it. For you say, if you came from here, Rao, you went back to the country, you found out that Sylvester Pewee is based in around on your land. You buy an acre there. What would be, I want you to be honest with me, my dear brother Rao. What would the first thing you'll do?
Oh no. I mean, to your point, I think I would like to engage you first to find out.
And that's why the matter is this.
And if they understand that they are illegally, they have illegally built a zinc run on a land that does not belong to them. So you want to make those kinds of engagement, and if there's some level of understanding between you and that person, then there could be a communication as it relates to, okay, I'll give you 1 month without the court being involved. I'll give you 1 month or 2 months to relocate. But on the other hand, though, I think to your point, I concur that we should not be encouraging squatters, and especially folks that have stayed in on lands that does not belong to them. But I think the government should also be, not just the government. I think government and other personal land owners, we should also be disappointed in them. There should be no reason why you have squatters on land for over 20 years. Some of these
Yes.
people have been living in these locations for over
Exactly.
20 to 25
Exactly.
years. And so if you own a land, the argument cannot just be, Sylvester, well, it's okay for them to be there because we don't have the money for renovation, or we don't have the money to do what we need to do right now. So it's okay for them to be there. I think that's very irresponsible, right? The government should have not encouraged that. People are playing politics out of this. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and others also made this political because they were afraid that had they taken any actions to get those folks out of those areas, it would have reflected negatively politically at the ballot box, right? But it was the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. If the government own a land, that needs to be established from the genesis, from the inception, that listen, this land is government land. You don't belong in this land. We'll give you 3 months or 1 year. You need to find time, find money, and relocate somewhere else. Even if we don't have money to start the renovation right now, we need to secure this land. If I have a land my pa or my grandfather left for me 10 years ago, I should know that already. I should be in Liberia trying to secure that land. If I try to engage these folks and they're not trying to reason, I go to court. So I do think it's wrong. Because if the military went to engage a local Liberian, very underprivileged, right? These folks don't have money. They're very poor people. If the military went over there to say, hey, this is our land, you need to move. And they said no, they resisted. Does the military have the right to forcefully remove them? No, the military
No.
don't have the right to forcefully remove them. Yes, that's their land. But if these people have been there for over 10, 15, 20 years, and you have engaged them and they refuse to move, go to court, follow the law. And this is important because the government should always be an exemplary of the law. So when you're taking these kind of actions, it has to be based on the law. These people will already be afraid. If you walk in these communities with guns and you take all these big trucks and you're carrying these people, where are they gonna go? But I do not think we should we should encourage squatters. This is not good for ourselves. We should not politicize this matter. We should encourage lawful action, lawful eviction, not forceful eviction. The government is not above the law. No one in Liberia is above the law. But I cannot badmouth Eric Nagbe. I cannot badmouth the military for attempting to secure a land that does not belong to people who's been there for all these years. I wish they didn't allow them to stay there for these years. Lastly, on this note, I'll close. I also think, given the fact that we have a failed economy in our country, and given the fact that our government and our elected officials have not done what they should be doing since 2005, have not done what they should be doing to enable Liberians to stand on their own 2 feet. Listen, our government is begging. They're begging all over the place for money. And whenever they get the small money they get, they still mismanage the money. So if the government is begging and mismanaging our resources, what about the Myean and Pa, whatever his name is, who got nothing? The man ain't got no money. He ain't got no job. Where you expect him to go?
Also,
Where you expect him to go?
you occupy your land.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, even with the law, as these people are removed, the government needs to be show empathy. The president cannot be
Can I
on
say
a
something
press
quickly?
conference.
How
No,
long?
I will
Since
name
the
it. I will
war?
name it. The
Can
Since the
I,
war?
president.
can I,
Yeah,
can I say something?
but Johnny, let me learn this real quick. Johnny, Tomalin, the president of Liberia, right? The president of Liberia cannot be having press conferences, right? And talking about guys not creating new land. I mean, this is absurd.
I got
The
a problem with
president
that.
cannot. The
Yeah,
president cannot do that.
he misspoke.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do that. I support government reclaiming lands that belong to them. I support people who legitimate and legally own lands have gone to the court to establish that. They have gotten eviction notices from the court. They have presented those notices and they've proceeded with removing those squatters. I support them. But at the same time, we should be empathetic. We should show some empathy, and that should start with the president of Liberia. You keep be talking about God not creating new land. So what? You know how many free land government got wasting over the place and not doing nothing with it? Come on, man. That was I thought that was very irresponsible on his part.
Yeah, that one I won't defend it, but my thing is that why would the people occupy land for indefinitely? For what?
So Tomalin.
So why would the
gentlemen,
government
let me
allow
now,
them
please.
to stay on those
Gentlemen,
land
we're
for
just here.
20 to 25 years? Why?
Okay, look, 1 minute, right? We're just here reading all the constitutional provisions about the Supreme Court. And we say here, the court is the final arbiter of all disputes. All disputes. So therefore, the army knows that place belongs to them. But it has been illegally occupied by a group of Liberians. All the army should have done was file a lawsuit to the Ministry of Defense.
I agree.
To the court that the army is about to move to its home was built few days there. But we observe that people are occupying it illegally. And we don't have the power as an army to evict people by law. Therefore, they will file a lawsuit to the court. The court will send people there to identify those who are there as leaders, whatever, and invite them to the court. Go to the hearing. The court now could pass a ruling and say, we have an eviction order. You guys have to leave the place. It belongs to the army. But the army goes and does that on their own to evict people from them on their own. They are taking the law in their hands. And they don't have that power. Army does not have that power to take law in their hands. Nobody in the country has power. They always say the court system, the judiciary is the one that should have acted. They should have gone to the judiciary to take action for them, not on their own. That's not. And we want to have a country of rule of law, not rule of men. So rule of law meaning the law should prevail. Even if the government is feeling hurt by private citizens, the government should go to court and the court should act.
Look at Dopoh, for instance, right? That hotel, and I was surprised that they even took, this kid over there, whatnot. You know how long that building has been just dilapidated, just sitting over there for no reason. And you know what really strange is the fact that, I don't understand how our leaders think sometimes. And I know the excuse is, well, investors or donors put their money where investors or donors want to put their money. But I cannot understand why would the government have the Chinese build a new LBC building very adjacent to the old one that is still functioning. It may not be modern, but you mean to tell me we could not take that $5 million, for instance, and do something with that $5 million to impact the economy? You know what I'm saying? We couldn't build a plant. We could have done a lot of things with. They could have even started the process of renovating Dopoh, for instance, right? But we wasted that money, and they're gonna say, donor, you can't tell donors where to put that money. Donor, that's a damn lie. If the government have priorities, and the Chinese offer to build something, the government can negotiate against the Chinese or any donor for that matter to say, listen, I think this is what we need right now, right? I think this is going to be a good investment right now. This is going to create jobs for our people. What is 10,000, 20,000, 30,000? This is going to create jobs. We could have invested that into something in Liberia that is more meaningful than the LBS. How is a building like that going to benefit the Liberian people? How? It doesn't.
But Ralph, sometimes the donors also bilaterally they will show interest, and you will tell them what you want to do, and that is still
exactly right.
That is still broadcast. So when we push that to them, but the Dopoh issue is a little critical thing.
But Sylvester, you already have a functioning LBS.
No,
so
it was not up to date, man. LBS was not in the very something. I'm going to see what's doing. The Chinese have promised that during that $10 billion project, they promised to publish other building, other things. During the Myean administration, they did that. There was a time. So it's just a continuation of the commitment they're trying to do. You needed a very wonderful broadcast institution. Now during the regime, they're celebrating. But the Dopoh situation, a lot of things being unfolding. But first and foremost, Johnny, to your point, the military will not just move to court. And when you understand this, they're not just going to court to say, I'm coming to sue the people. No, it's not the way it should unfold. One thing the military will do, they will inform those people via citation. They will cite them a written communication that we are about to claim our property. The only time the military will move the court through the Ministry of National Defense if we have folks that are refusing to vacate the premises of the military. The
Of
first
course,
thing
they're
to do is
refusing.
not to, the first thing to do, and that's why you're trying to push here. No, it's not the way to do it. The first, they will not just jump to court. No. They will inform these people by written communication that we are about to claim our land. And that's what they did. If those people cannot leave as per the time frame of the written communication and citation, then the military will be pushed to go to court and seek a court eviction. The military is not going to come and use the NP, the military police to evict these people.
So Pewee, are you telling Pewee, 1 minute, Pewee, are you telling us that the military has a different way of behaving when somebody goes against them in terms of violating their law? I mean, their rights?
It's a standard operating procedure here, Johnny.
No, Pewee, no,
and I will say this to you, in public bureaucracy,
Pewee, 1 minute. This is not military operation. This is...
They are not on military operation. They are using the administrative staff to write them. They're not on military operation.
No, Pewee, nobody.
There's no guns, none of that stuff going on.
No guns, they're writing. We come to our land.
Pewee, no government, nobody in this country, no group of people in the country is above the Liberian law. So if you come into conflict with anybody in this country on any issue of land,
how you understand the whole thing here? The thing is not conflict first. How you understand this thing?
Allow me, Pewee. No.
How you understand it?
Can you give me a chance?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. How do you
I will let
understand
you know. Listen, Pewee. This property that we are talking about was occupied by non-military men, right? Right? So that means it don't belong there. It don't belong there. The place was built for military personnel. So the army belong there, the army own that place. So the army came and said some people who are there illegally according to why it was built for. So they're not military personnel. So like you see, the army wrote them. If the army wrote them and they agree with the army will not have done eviction. They're going to be empty. You move there.
But have they evicted them first and foremost? I hope you find the case.
Listen to me.
No, I want you to answer. Don't have to be saying, listen. Have they evicted them?
Of course. The army actually, yes, of course, they are evicted them. The army
when the army evicted them?
From the day they installed their barbed wire and thing in a whole plane, close the plane up.
Yeah, they put a barbed wire. They're telling them to leave. They didn't evict. They didn't care to move them possibly. No.
Wait, Pewee, who should tell you to? Who should ask you to be removed from a place that you don't belong? It's the law, Pewee. It is the law.
Not the law. It's not the law.
Okay,
it's not the law.
Let's leave it.
Let's not waste time on this. It's not the law.
You are giving the army.
If you are on my property, the first approach, if you are on my property, I will come to you and say, Johnny, leave my property. I don't have to go to the law.
And they said, no, they're not leaving.
Then I'll go to the law.
That's what I'm saying. The army, as the body moves, so what the army should have done was, you have to file a lawsuit. And then let the government can evict the people. Simple.
It's not saying, but they
But anyway,
the next thing Raul you're talking about also is this Hotel Africa, now whatever Dopoh area. This Dopoh area is critical. To bring Dopoh back to a pre-war status or better, you're looking at close to $75 to $100 million. That's not a small play, and to do it now currently will be around that amount. The Eden Johnson Sirleaf administration at the time was seriously in conversation with Muammar Gaddafi. Gaddafi was willing to come and do that. Immediately, Gaddafi was willing to do that. They were close. They were about to come and pump money to do that. And then when LA met with Hillary Clinton at the time, Secretary of State, they pushed that Liberia severance relationship with Libya. And it was in London when her foreign ministry wrote severing ties with Libya. That's for simple reason now. So, Raul, that building is so strategic to the extent that if you sat there, you understand some things. Because that whole building, when you're there, you see deep inside the U.S. embassy, all those things. Not coming there.
Right, the Dopoh?
Yeah, nobody coming. No other foreign land will come there. Listen, so something can happen. Other people don't know the reason of it. No, you can have the U.S. complex right there, then you have somebody or foreign people coming, big embassy, hotel, then they put their things. No. So that Dopoh, if the government can raise the money to do it, we have to find some American company to tell them to come build that place. Poop. And when the American, and that's what the government should do, find some powerful American investor to put money in that place, and you'll see. And that American will start visiting our country, and you'll make a lot of money because that place is strategically located. But that place, since they evicted people there years back, every time, no one lived there. That place is good. That area, maybe you go there, you will see snake, rats, and other things there now.
Okay, they may wonder. There's an issue that our brother Gray raised regarding government ownership of places. Do you know that it's of recent that LACRA that replaced LPMC is now securing proper document for most of LPMC facilities around the country? Right?
I want to speak to that because I don't have no facts, but I know that LPMC had properties to those things before.
They have this in Pewee. What has happened? What we can realize is that the people in the community gave land to government. Government did not perfect the operation by securing D for the place, proper document, because government, they put it, those Pewee in the 60s, 70s, and there, one government, one place, they put the elders sit down together, say, you're going to the government, they both build the facility. They did not complete the process of obtaining all the legal instruments for those places, right? So it is just of recent, in fact, what the guy need, the guy with the new LACRA director, what the guy need, Dan Saye. Dan Saye is the one now that is trying to make sure that all of the LACRA properties are now identified and legally and legal documents are obtained. Same thing happening right now in Lofa. They were having issue in Lofa about the LPMC compound that they want to put on LACRA. They're trying to work with the land authority to work with the people in the community so they can demarcate the property now and obtain a deed to have it owned by LACRA. Same thing in Boma, in Banga. So I those things that I know about, I realized I said, but then that means these things been existing without the government perfecting the agreements by having these documents available to secure the ground for government ownership. So that tells me that, like what our great job raised about the Nesbido market in Torgbean, where owners can claim the land and they realized that the government did not conclude on that land and they didn't obtain D. So the government had to go back to rearrange for that land. So there are a lot of land that government go buy in the country. If we don't go background check, and somebody come with proper D, they may even be asking government to be removed from there, or government can rebuy it from the people. So these things should not be.
First and foremost, one thing the honorable failed to now say, you see, if you are in the opposition, so now you ever think the other side you want to push, and the opposition life should not be that. So now we have to be constructive. One thing he didn't say is that government own almost all lands. There are ways, if you didn't do it the right way, we go and fix it in that sense, and you pay sometimes some benefit from that. But government is the owner of land. It's clear. That's the government. They got private ownership, but there's some that kind of situation were to unfold, and that's why sometimes the government will enforce the eminent domain clause in some instances, right?
That's why right now the new land law.
All the problem doing the eminent domain they are using now because there's no way they will get things done to get the roads open.
Government will have to enforce the eminent domain clause, and we know this. So
that is why right now
is just saying things on the other side to fix things to say, oh, the government, but no, it's not all government. Even past, every government will come, they will do some things to seek that. And again, and I don't hold them responsible because the way people think they will do things is for politicians to just give misinformation, disinformation, to believe that people will believe in other things and propagandas, everything in the need of coming to power. And when they come, they don't do nothing. And that's the same kind of a thing unfolding. So the people will be the victim of these things. So sometimes it's just good that we man up to some of these things and take some corrective measures and say, hey, no, you don't get this right on this one. You don't have to do this. Why would anyone be supporting people stay holding the military land? Why would anyone in the age and time? When Samukai pushed for this thing at the time, the CDC opposed it. And when they came, they didn't push to do this kind of line, but I think we all push on the kind of things. Listen, we have to fix the things and get it right. While I do support, seriously, I criticize this government for a lot of things, but for the military to take on their property and renovate it and bring the military family back to those barracks, I mean, every meaningful Liberian citizen should support this. Only anyone that is not very meaningful, thinking the other way around, will want to support this kind of a thing. And why would you want to do that? You be on land for all those time. Everything
I will tell you, democracy is not about the powerful people. It's about using the laws. That's my point. Let's use the law so the law can be the one that will take the blame.
Oh yeah.
Let's use the law. That's the good thing.
And one thing I like to say that on that case.
And one thing I also want to make is that's why in the new Land Law Act, the president had no more power to sign D, any public land D. The public land D now is signed by the Liberia Land Authority head of office, the commission. And we have 4.
Have you read that thing? Because the president will always be the one to give out. The president got a lot of power. He's going to give you some public land. The president got a lot of power to do that. So read
right
that
now,
very well.
Listen. We have 4 counts of laws and 4 counts of land now in Liberia. 4.
Yeah.
So now the 4 laws. Listen, now the 4 laws we have here is the private land, the customary land, the government land, and the public land. Now the public land is a land that is owned by the community and the government, but it's not being used. That land is actually under the supervision of the government. The government land is land that is owned by government that has government structure on it, like the defense ministry, the army barrack, the hospital government bill. That's government land and government schools. Now the private land is what people own privately by themselves. The customary land is a land that is owned by people who live here indigenously for over 50 or more years. They own it, they are there. For example, the town of Yela, the town of Feasible, those are customary land. They own and they've been there. And that land is owned in collective union where the elders and all stakeholders there are involved with the management of that land. And that customary land is a land that cannot be sold. You cannot sell customary land. The only way you get customary land, they gotta live with you for more than 50 years before you can sell piece of land to them. That's the new land law we got in this country that was passed in September 2018. The reason why I'm saying this is that I play a role when we transition from land commission to land authority. But then my agencies are coming to the Liberia Land Commission when I was branded there. And I work with a lot of experts that were hired by UC to support the Liberia Land Commission to establish the new land law policy. That is why on this platform I tell you, anybody who bought land in like public land in Liberia from as of 2010 to 2017 or 2018, before September when that law was passed, all those documents are invalid. If anybody bought any land, public land, between 2010 to 2018, as of September when that land law was passed, all those documents are invalid because the government of Liberia, through President Seleke, passed a moratorium putting stop to all public land sale in 2010. So if you bought land in 2013, 2014, and through public land sale, you're wasting your time. Because right now, the Liberia Land Authority has a system where all land that are deeded through the Liberia Land Authority, they are put into a database where they have the record on who owned the land and the demarcation. I know that for a fact because I played active role with Liberia Land Commission before it being turned into Liberia Land Authority. I know that for a fact. That's why I know we have 4 lines. So if you, like for example, in Fofana, your brother to say, he's a Liberia Land Authority here for Fofana. He is in charge of all public land, all land matters there. So you want to buy land in that place, he and the team will have to investigate and tell you, yeah, the land is free, it's good, you can buy this land, and they will be able to go through the process. And right now, Liberia Land Authority also has licensed surveyors that they have listed and is satisfied to be lawyer, to be a licensed surveyor in the country. So that's why I'm saying to you that the land matter is crucial and it just needs, that's why, in fact, all land disputes should commence at Liberia Land Authority before going to court. That's the way it should be. All land disputes go to Liberia Land Authority, they will go to the matter and resolve it. And if it comes to a point where you gotta go to court, then the case now go to the court for resolution.
I was going to be driving up, but as per the authority, they shouldn't go to the land commission. They go to the court.
Oh, they're close. They're close. They're close.
They should go to court. But anyway,
no, but the issue about land, Pewee, land issue in Liberia, that thing should be solved by now. That land commission, I don't know what they're doing, but the land issue will bring problem in that country. They got to solve that land issue. Too much delay have been on it.
Yeah, but I think that, listen, I know it's.
So before I leave you tomorrow, where prediction? Super Bowl, the New England Patriots.
I mean, I'm not into football, American football like that, man.
Patriots.
Yeah, I'm not into that. I'll tell you this.
I'll tell you. When last they went to the Super Bowl? When last they went there?
Falcons suck.
When last they won the Super Bowl? Never.
You want me to repeat myself? I said Falcons suck. The last time I pulled, I lost $1,000 was when the Falcons went to the Super Bowl with.
Are we betting now for tomorrow game?
It was 20. It was 20.
I'm not betting tomorrow, Robert.
No, but I don't know the teams. I don't really see.
I know the team.
Seahawks. But no, don't underestimate Seahawks now. Seahawks is a darn good team,
Man, I'm
man.
gonna forget it.
But I remember the Falcons was in the league. I think it was 27-3, 27-4, I believe. The last time the Falcons went to the Super Bowl. And a buddy of mine came from South Africa, and the fourth quarter, I think they had like maybe 10. Fourth quarter, they had about 7 or 8 minutes left. And this guy was like, I'll
I think I
bet
remember
you,
that game actually.
I'll bet you the New England Patriot will win this game. I said, you crazy? He was even trying to bet $5,000. In hindsight, I'm glad I didn't go that far. I bet him, I think it was 1,500. And in less than 6 minutes, New England, what's his name?
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
In Brady we trust.
And
Yeah, bro.
this is when I was taught a very hard lesson. Don't bet against him. There's certain players you don't bet
In
against.
Brady we
And
trust.
since that day, Falcons have never been my team. But listen, I think it will be a good game. I'm not all into that. I'll be at the office. But the land thing, I tell you this though, Manchester United has won 4 games in a row. So we're pushing for we're not title contenders, but we're pushing for second spot right now. So we're hot right now. But
No,
but the,
the only thing you can push for would be a Champions League space. You can't push for second. You can't make it second. At least
wait.
push
If
push
if
to
if
cover
if
Champions League.
if they flock Liverpool tomorrow, if they flock no, if Liverpool flock City, well, whatever happened tomorrow, if
Oh,
City is flocked tomorrow, or if Liverpool is flocked tomorrow, or the game draw on Tuesday, we beat West Ham United. We're second place. We're 40. We're only three points from second place. Sylvester, do you know what you're talking about?
No,
We are 3 points from second place.
that's it. I mean, you are in there for the title now.
But I don't want to get ahead of myself. That's the point.
No, but no. That's saying you are in for the title. But listen, the only best bet you have that you can do, something I'm not sure. I know the whole honeymoon period will soon be disrupted soon. You will start getting some defeat.
Listen, we will sign Michael Carrick. We will sign Michael Carrick. If we must go to England and protest, if Michael Carrick takes us to the second place, come the end of the season, we got 10 more games to go. Sign the contract. Give him whatever he wants. Sign the contract. Sign two midfielder. Sign 2 defense, and sign a top striker. We good. We're winning the title next season. So we're good right now. We're good. I'm so excited. But listen, the land thing is very complicated. I hope the government get a hold of this nonsense. We need to show some empathy to these people because some of them are in the street. Like I saw videos of mothers crying, they don't know what to do. These homes are being broken down. But at the same time, I support the government in the attempt to clean the city. Marcus folks encroaching the rules. I mean, it's crazy. If we want to develop, development comes with pain. You know what I'm saying? We got to clean up the city. We can't have Zingron or in Monrovia. Listen, I saw a drone photo the other day, and you could just see all Zingrons. We need skyscrapers. We need buildings. We need to look at West Point. We need to transform West Point. Let me tell you something. We are coming with big ideas in our country. Anyone who want me to come to Liberia to help with tourism, there will be some conditions. We gotta have big ideas and we gotta have ways to raise the money to follow through on these big ideas. Liberia is a beautiful country that is underdeveloped by lack of ideas and lack of political will. People are so corrupt. They don't care about the country development. They don't care about the beauty of the country. They only care about their pockets. We need to change that. You know what I'm saying? So my heart goes out to these people who are out there. They have nowhere to go. At the same time, we cannot encourage squatters. People cannot intentionally build sing ground on other people's land. If you know that on your land, don't build there. And if you know that your land, don't wait 10, 15, 25 years to start the process of evicting people. I mean, I think it's very irresponsible. And Duco, I think we need to do something with Duco, man. We need to do something with Duco. That place could be a revenue generator for the government. Make the investment. If it's $100 million, Sylvester, make the investment. Make the use. We have to use our resources. Don't go begging. Go out there and negotiate. Make the investment and convince the investors why the $100 million is good enough to invest in Duco. That's a beautiful place. That place needs serious transformation. Serious transformation. We can do it. We can do it.
Well, let
But we don't
me
have the
just share the
political
news with
will.
you. There's a big meeting about to take place in Liberia with a political meeting. I think will be in March or April. I will just inform about that meeting this evening. So y'all get ready. And there will be the people are deciding to come together finally. I don't know whether they will hold together. I don't know, but there are plenty because they feel that the ruling party is so they believe they're acting arrogant, they're acting entitled. So they come together now to once they come together, they believe there's unity in strength, there's power in numbers. When they get together, they will eventually take over the country. So let's see what happens. I don't know whether New Progressive know about that, but I heard it today. But we're watching to see what happens. People are meeting, and most of the people are meeting most of the parties are deciding to really put aside their personal egos and come together for the common good. Let's see what happens. But we always hear about these things when elections when they kind of a time, but you know what will happen. But I firmly believe that Liberia will have a brand new president 2029. That I'm confident of. They will have a brand new president 2029. That I'm aware of. I'm confident with that. So y'all can do all you want to do. Me all you want to meet. 2029 will have a brand new president that will inaugurate 2030. So y'all can do all you want to do, but 2029, you have a brand new president. You'll take it to the bank.
Yeah, that's good to know. But that's the only way. But I know there will be a new president. I know that Boakai will not contest. If he contests,
he will contest. He's contesting.
If he contests, he's not going to win. The country is not going to elect a president that will be almost 90 years old. It's not a good thing for the country, and we should not do things out of sympathy. The man will be 86 years old. By the elections time. I think it's fair enough that we don't listen. The war is over. You saw part of the reason why Biden was forced to drop out of the race in 2024 September was that due to his age. And people knew that there was a lot of things due to his incapacitation. He was heavily incapacitated. And due to that, there was this war in terms of his thinking. There was absolutely no appropriate faculty. That faculty issue had been removed in terms of reasonability to think, to move things on. People believe that even this guy, John Cohen, said when he didn't even, he's a major donor to the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
President didn't even make him up. They didn't even know him.
That's a strong Democrat.
And he said to the point that was telling from that interaction. So I mean, it's something serious here. If we were to push that back, listen, Liberians should come. We will love the country. It's part of moving the country forward, changing the trajectory of the country. I
agree. I think Liberia need a new beginning.
The first and foremost thing we're saying, hey, I don't have if he can bring his 5% to contest. But if you're to push that woman to contest, then I mean you're pushing the country into
but let him contest.
Into something.
But let him contest because
you're pushing a contest will beat him.
But they're pushing him to contest because strategically they believe that this is their only chance to any possible win against the CDC or the opposition for that matter. I don't think Unity Party survive if they push Jeremiah. What was his name? Jeremiah Kong. I don't think so. I don't think he has the political.
That's the reason behind him forcing the old man to
exactly. Contest. Yeah, I don't think so. There's going to be a massive defeat, especially considering their performance, especially on the economy. If things are not improved by now until 2028, there's no way they can Jeremiah.
I think that's why they won't come together quickly because I think that's the best bet because they realize that look. They think no fighting. They think, if I be frank, we all want to save this country now.
How would they come together quickly to money when Mr. Bede essentially begin the process of opening up? Mr. Bede contest. If he win a contest, to be very frank, he cannot win election.
I heard he part of that meeting.
If he goes solo, what he gonna do? he will eventually just narrow the chances of the opposition. Or probably I don't want to go solo from the beginning. Then eventually,
Nah, that's
Yeah,
strategy
but
won't work.
he could pose a threat in Nimba, and
That's
that could
strategy.
hurt.
That's
That could
strategy won't
hurt.
work. They all
That
should
could
come
hurt the
together
opposition.
and one force. But that team was
Robert, that Nimba thing, he can put no threat in Nimba.
You sure?
You got to understand
Wait,
the
no,
Nimba.
I'm just saying, given what he's doing,
Right,
the
and I was
CMC, they're investing a lot of money in that place.
I would say this to you, my dear brother, Raul, the Nibayans, and that's one of the reasons that's what I'll come to first and foremost. The people on Niba, I'm not sounding to, I don't want to be xenophobic against them. I don't want to sound that way, but the folks from Nimba, why you think today, despite of, why you think they elected Joseph Boakai? They didn't elect Joseph Boakai because they like Boakai. They elected Boakai because Boakai brought a vice president that's incompetent. They know that he couldn't do something up, but they stay at the kind of rating online. They still voted because he's one of their sons. And the downside of him moving forward to this 2029 election will be one. The Liberian people will be afraid of anybody coming from Grand Jida and Dima for now. That thing will remind them of the civil crisis. Are we going to come back to this? That's a downside, and that's why they don't want him contest. They want Boakai to contest. It's a serious downside. They made for Nima County. They will think, oh, they will come back, will come again. So the rest of the county will start thinking. We'll bring somebody from Grand Jida. So it's a downside. So to put him on the ticket, he breaks it seriously, rather. He doesn't have the charisma is one. The charisma is not there. He doesn't have the extraordinary. He's a young man, very fit and other things. He's not. The gravitas is also not there. And then couple of that downside from Nimba and the Nimba thing. Oh, the Nimba people. So that's the way people would think. Grand Jida, oh, there will be Grand Jida and will have potential conflict again. So that's a downside. I'm not saying it cannot not possible, but it will be a serious.
But the reason why people are trying to go against the UP because the way they've been, I think the way they've been proceeding. Because like Akara said the other day, what he said, I noticed that in Liberia. Look, during the CDC government, that point joke aside, you could meet your friend to parliament, meet your friend to a drinking spot, you will have fun, you'll laugh, you will talk. But what I was told, and I observed it too, in Liberia, you sit down somewhere, it is you from UP. The first thing they say, that man is saying that way, with enemy, that the kind of thing they're doing ain't wrong. We all have brothers and sisters. We have different political ideology. We can't be doing that stuff. We still get on that. If all we can do, we can discuss ideas, disagree on how I want to carry the country, but to become toxic and divide the country, us versus y'all, no, man.
And what's even worse?
It's not a good thing they're doing. It's not good.
And what's even,
Robert, let me end right. That's why I brought the war I brought in 1989. That kind of a toxic environment. You can't continue this way. Why the truth that we know we're not starting war no more, but that thing is not a good thing we do in the country. They divide the country. You can't be and to be frank with you. I will not look something you can't talk. Because I said you can't talk all, but I tell you a true story. I think I told Pewee this story in confidence. There's somebody top of your government. They say, "Oh, don't go on there. Don't come there. You go on there. People play the opposition. I mean, you call our platform opposition. They're not opposition platform. Everybody come on platform will respect you. We respect you. You come and get your views. We interact with you. We're not anybody disrespect you or insult you. No, we don't do it yet. We don't come and say, oh, because our come, we come and say, we gotcha. No, we come and discuss the issues. But what they do right now is divide the country, and you're gonna get worse. That's why everybody wants to go against them.
And I think what's worse of all is, and what's sad is that, and this is not the Liberia I vision. I think that again, politics should never be seen as war. Politics should not be seen as war, unless, there are times where people cross the line. I get it. And when you cross the line as far as family and you go personal, I can decide to just love you from a distance. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to respect what you got going on.
Exactly.
But I think beyond that, we take politics too personal, right? We take it too personal. We take it so personal to the point where even people who are not personal, even people who are constructive in their criticism, right? Even people who love the country, as long as you're not singing a song of the incumbent, they see you as enemies. You know what I mean? And a lot of these guys, and I think this is what's really hurting some of the folks. And if Unity Party does not maintain power, Tomalin, these guys they better get themselves together because a lot of people are just waiting. These guys didn't have the kind of resources they had today. These guys were not running around with security. They were not driving nice car. This is the problem with our country. They were not doing the things they're doing today. And the very people they're trying to stay away from now are the very people who were there for them. This is why I always give my brother, my dear brother Kalasco, the credit. I've never seen any government official that have that display the kind of maturity, right? That Kalasco exhibited. I've seen this man help people when he was in government that even insulted him, insulted President Weah. I've seen this man hang out with folks from Unity Party like it was nothing, with no fear whatsoever. He would take pictures with people who would criticize the government. Today, some of these guys are even afraid to hang out or drink beer or even have dinner with friends only because of politics. This is wrong. All of us have rights to our opinion. Like I said the last time, we may have different approach as to how we succeed and how we move the country forward. But we are not all of us love the country because there's some really bad Liberians out there. There are really bad Liberians, there are corrupt Liberians. If you're stealing from the people and you're not investing in them, you're bad. You're bad, right? There are bad Liberians out there, but they are really decent career politicians.
They are more like
who
they are
are
more good
more
Liberians than bad Liberians. They are a
that's
lot more
exactly I
good
agree.
Liberians than bad
Who are more
Liberians.
focused on the issue? Listen, when we went to DC, the information minister, and mind you, I have not met Jeremiah Pierre. I've not met him until then, but we've engaged on this platform. But Sylvester, I'm not one. I was sitting. I'm never going to be in a room where you see me trying to take picture with it. But no, you kidding me? I must say it's a big deal. You would not see me running around trying to take picture with you, right? I was sitting at the bar. Somebody right, Jeremiah King. He saw me. He recognized me. He stopped. Oh, my man Robert, we shook hands, we talked. My brother Lobo was there. We took a picture. This is maturity. I don't hit the brother. I may disagree with his government, but I don't hit him. Not everyone in government is performing badly or poorly, right? So this whole thing about enemyship only because we don't agree with the government, we don't agree with Unity Party, we don't think Unity Party that change. Somehow you make you enemy. It's bad. And some of these guys, you go to Liberia, you call them. I mean, I'm talking about those who were friends with some of these guys. Yeah. My only friend in the government is that Lobo. And I know for a fact, Lobo, he's not even stupid not to answer my call. That my only friend, my only friend. My only friend. When I at the airport, what I cost the Joseph Boagao, I'm never even gonna do that. I know he will always. You see me hanging out with him in public. You see us drinking. You see us eating. I don't care about that. But most of these guys that were friends with CDC partisans who are in government today, they're not picking up their phone calls. They don't need anything for them. That's why I always tell Alasko, don't call none of these guys. If you need gas money, call me. Don't call them because they're waiting for you to call them. Don't call them. Right, this is how we behave.
I went to the country. We went to the country recently, and my own brother can nobody say, "Oh, call me uncle, cousin, now." This that thing. Nobody yeah. Before the Boaga came to power, when I was even there, system is on left here. He'll call me all the time. Oh, uncle, you got to do this. All you got to do this. We operated immediately. They appointed before they appointed him before they appointed all the time. I said, why I want to get on the job? Immediately they appointed him deputy press secretary. They begin put my phone on something when you call him. It's
what name? Who you talking about? What's his name?
Joseph Valai.
Joseph Valai? Don't even finish that. That's you see. Listen, sometimes I just laugh.
And most of them you call it.
We used to be. And this is a guy you would listen. We used to be in Monrovia, Tomalin, driving, and you will see Joseph Valai walking with slipper that looking so dusty.
Hey, my man, stop it, back.
No. It's serious matter. So for him to be treating people,
no, too many. My own frustration is that normally I walk open to him. The phone I call him, put my phone on. And I even told my people last time to tell the mentor, he said, "Oh, you found me something up." I told the mentor not even come. What I did, I wanted to think I would block his number, but I thought to not do it.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
I thought to not do it. But most of those folks, if you call them now, what you just said, as you know, bringing them, they don't answer their phone. And I was saying one of them, we met to the parliament, was in the department, was sitting down there, but that evening rather. But you can remember too many that never when they all sat to the red, we met with the renowned sports journalist, our man, yeah. We said I talked to one of them when we read it that day. The king, the king sitting on the king that day. And I took 100 out there. I get to the woman and said, "Get all the bull, they got to drink." One day when he embarrassed me, he said he want to drink. I said, "I shouldn't get him here." He left. He got him.
He want.
But unfortunately, they were serving the liquor already, right?
You should have bought the liquor and just pay.
No. Yes, but he dressed on the liquor already. But when he noticed that I was paying, then he said he don't want to price. He wanted. Oh, I said, but the one he don't want to do not pay for it. He got embarrassed. And I said, I shouldn't got it, man. I said that man was when we at the time because whenever when I leave the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, right, as soon as I knock up, the first people will start the parliament because our area we all meet. And at the time, most of them will be there. They were not where they will be there. We go, we all interact. They will say, "Minister, you got to do this." We don't know how to say the rest of it. At least if your friend call you, answer them.
Yeah.
I'm not those persons I can just. I'm not boasting about this. I'm not saying I have, but I'm not one of those persons that will just go and be asking my friend for something. No, because myself, what I did, I managed to always be able to at least feed myself and get something to buy my beer myself and to buy my gas and put in my car. And if this car is down, there should be another car. But you are living with it to it.
Oh no, I want to.
I'm here.
When it comes to you are very social.
I said we should be doing this. Let's maintain the friendship.
And Joseph Fala has always been a respectful kid. Every time I've met him, prior to this, Tomalin, every time I met him, every time you go out, you see him out, whether it's at Fusion, he will come. He will always come to you.
I'm disappointed in my nephew, man.
But when it comes, before you, Robert, maybe you hang with Pews, I'm because but he's somebody who loves to spend money with your team people. I say this, remember, I say I'm not me, but people he quick to that. I said, my man, he said, my man, I said, no, my man, everybody get their money different way. We're quick to just. I love that. Robert, you go somewhere in the man, right? You also know no. By the time you want to pay the bill, the man I go tell the post, you call the post say, I got it already. When the trip bring the bill, now your man took care of. I said,
no, the reason I grew up.
No, but Sylvester, if you got a letter, if I hang out with you, you're not paying all the pills.
Exactly.
If you take one round, let me take the other round.
Not all the bill, man. Not all the bill, man.
No. You tell the poor, you will let them know. That poor say, I got it already. Get us away again. But then you tell the poor say, I got it one right. But when you go find out. So, but listen
to this.
I said, okay. The man won't
we did this way, right? We all benefited from the largesse of people before, and that's why the reason why I always good to maintain friendship and keep that line of communication open with friends, right? We all benefited from the largesse of people, and apart from what my parents did, I didn't come from a home that we were hungry, we didn't have good place to stay. Everything was okay on the basis of that. But then coming off of my own opportunity, the first person that started connecting me, apart from Thomas Givler, who had given that first NGO job, but politically, Dr. James Colley and Kamara, they opened a pathway for me, right? And then ever since that time, things just have things good, right? I normally, because a lot of people in the country will say they don't know how to start a day. But trust me, every day my day, I will know how to start it. I will be going, I will get For that time, I started moving things, connecting myself with things. So I will always I didn't ask right? And then I started hustling through to say, okay, I started putting up on there. I started to know how to say to your place, be your place, live the life you didn't live or you're coming up. I mean, so you get that privilege to yourself. I have a lot of privileges on coming up. So at least give it to my children and other things. So that's what I can do.
Yeah,
so
that's good, man.
When I'm coming, my mommy bought me car. My mom did all the good thing my mom did on the same to school. My parents buy me car, right?
Yeah, I'll call you back.
But the life we're living now is that I said to myself, but they send my money buy me car, my parents buy me car, but they did the best to give me education and supported me,
right?
Give me shelter, roof, everything. What I would do, I would afford to buy my own children car.
Yes.
I would take my children to school in car, and I started doing that from the boy.
And that's what my parents did for me. I got my first car. I was 15. Nissan Maximo. I was a freshman in high school.
The first car
Banneker Benjamin High School, College Park, Georgia. And so we didn't have to get up at 6:30 for the school bus. I got up at 8 o'clock. As long as I was at school at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m.
You see, sorry. You see this. About 3 weeks ago, I took my daughter to get her first car.
There you go. Yeah.
And this is a 2026 Kia K5.
There you go. That's nice. So that's her first car. Is she in high school or college?
She just entered college.
There you go. So she can use that even after she.
Because it came with a full package, brand new, other things.
Yeah.
You know. So, I mean, we have the kind of the privilege to do things. So
but listen, guys, I think we should do this. I think we should do these specials every now and then for Saturday. I think it was nice today. I gotta go now, man. I think it was nice.
Yeah, we all got to
that's true.
Yeah, that's too many brother did. I think it was good. It was
cool.
It
was.
Well, cool, man.
Okay, man, guys.
Okay, guys.
All right.
Okay, are you in there?
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother to implement it. You will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
3 of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bangladesh administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bangladesh administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Vargas administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You see how you laugh?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaku, the young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaku, the major went to I forgot that Jamaku, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet. Hardcore in Labro. When
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outfits, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere, you will have lights in the town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, big road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that killed everybody but himself. everybody, Joe, we are. We join, we are killed, Joe, we are. He killed Joseph Boyka. Boyka still living. Joe, we are one of, no, you live my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boyka president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boyka, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Kosa, you come. And Kosa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boyka, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you, Yah.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.